and welcome to the May 24th Board of Douglas County Commissioners 5:30 business meeting. We want to welcome those who are here with us at the old courthouse and those who are joining us online. Some of you may be here to provide some public comment. The Board of Douglas County Commissioners welcomes public comment, and in advance, thanks you for following these procedures. First, each action item on the agenda will offer an opportunity for relevant public comment about that topic. We ask that you wait until the agenda item you're here for comes up for discussion. Comments relating to the agenda items are welcome after the board has had an opportunity to discuss the topic. The Board of County Commissioners will invite comments on topics not included on the agenda during general public comment. Directly after considering the consent agenda, this is a time for addressing issues not on today's agenda, but related to general business of the Douglas County Commission. We will first call on folks who are here in person and then to any online commenters who are here with us tonight. If you're on Zoom, please plan to use the raise your hand function when the time comes and listen for staff to call your name. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. We ask everyone to give their full name and Douglas County residence for our meeting minutes. All public comments should be directed to the County Commission. Campaigning for public office is not allowed. We also reserve the right to mute and remove any speaker who is vulgar, rude, or inappropriate. The public should also know that comments received by the Commission during our meetings do not represent the views of Douglas County government. If visual aids are used during the meeting, the presenter will share their screen. Please note that online participants will not be able to view them without a computer, smartphone, or tablet during tonight's meeting. Materials are published online for your reference also. Lastly, a recording of this meeting will be available on our YouTube page and website. We're going to start with a proclamation. Then we have 4 items on our consent agenda. After our consent agenda, we take public comment. We have a long regular agenda. Our first item is an economic development update, and then emergency communications assessment and agreement. 4.3 is a sheriff's office staffing update. And then 4.4 is a naloxone update. I'm just doing this so everybody knows where you come in the program. The TRC reimbursement request from Behavioral Health Partners, we understand, is going to be deferred this evening. So if you're here for that, we probably will not take that up at all this evening. A Public Works Department for a low water crossing at Washington Creek. Then 2 temporary business permits before appointments and our miscellaneous items. That's our agenda. Commissioners, I think Commissioner Willie has agreed to read our gun violence awareness proclamation.
So we have a proclamation for National Gun Violence Awareness Day as June 2nd, 2023. This proclamation declares that the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Douglas County, Kansas, to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and to declare that we as a county must do more to end this public health crisis. Whereas every day, more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence, and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 17,000 gun homicides every year. Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas Kansas has 456 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 15.7 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs the state $5.7 billion each year, of which $95.1 million is paid by taxpayers, Kansas has the second highest rate of gun deaths in the United States. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever, as we see an increase in firearm homicides and non-fatal shootings across the country, increased call to domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in city gun violence. And whereas in January 2013, Haida Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15. And on June 2nd, 2023, we recognize the 26th birthday of Haida Pendleton, born June 2nd, 1997. People across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange, a color chosen by Haida's classmates because it is the color that symbolizes the value of human life, as hunters wear it to announce themselves to other hunters when in the woods, in tribute to Haida Pendleton and other victims of gun violence and the loved ones of those victims. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 2nd, the first Friday in June 2023, to help raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep families and communities safe. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Douglas County, Kansas hereby proclaims June 2nd, 2023 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Douglas County and encourages all citizens to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. Adopted this 24th day of May, 2023.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. It looks like we have some folks here today. I didn't know if you had some words you wanted to share with the commission and folks who are here gathered.
Hi, good evening. My name is Erin Smith-Bird and I am a Lawrence resident and a member of Moms Demand Action. We are a grassroots advocacy group promoting gun safety and common sense gun legislation. This evening, I'm here to thank you for issuing this proclamation declaring Friday, June 2nd as Wear Orange Day. Wear Orange isn't about politics, the gun debate, or choosing a side. It's about ending gun violence and saving lives. We invite everyone in Lawrence to celebrate National Gun Violence Awareness Day on Friday, June 2nd, by wearing orange around town and tying orange ribbons on trees in your homes and our community. On June 3rd, we will have our Wear Orange event in South Park at 1:00 p.m. On this day, 1 year ago, 19 children and 2 educators were killed in a horrific act of mass gun violence carried out by a gunman armed with an AR-style rifle at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. 17 other people were wounded. We honor their legacies and the resilience of the entire Uvalde community. This proclamation will be a visible reminder of our city's commitment to reducing gun violence. In doing so, we will be joining hundreds of other cities across the country who will be hosting Wear Orange events to remember the lives of more than 120 Americans killed by gun violence every day. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death for children and teens in our country. Thank you again for supporting Wear Orange Day.
Thank you. Commissioner Willie has your proclamation. Thank you all for being here. We'll move on to our consent agenda. Commissioners, is there any item you'd like to have removed from the consent agenda for further discussion?
We do.
No, seeing none. Is there any item that any member of the public would like to have removed? Okay, seeing none, I'd take a motion for the consent agenda items, commissioners.
It's Commissioner Reed, I move to approve items 2.1 through 2.4.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. We'll move on now to general public comment. Do we have anybody who'd like to provide us general public comment? Remember, you have 3 minutes. Looks like I have 2 people signed in for general public comment.
Hi, my name is Sue Herrick. I live here in Lawrence. And before I begin the comments I intended to make tonight, I wanted to remind you, since we're honoring victims of gun violence, that we have a district attorney in this town that released on probation a 19-year-old who fired at people near 11th and Massachusetts. She gave him probation because he was a teen who didn't intend to hurt anybody. That's a lot to get into your head, that somebody would fire at pedestrians and our DA let him go because he made the statement that he didn't intend to hurt anyone. So that aside, I wanted to bring up another article in the Lawrence Journal World. It's the May 20th edition. And it contains a bit of news about comments made by our Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch regarding our government's response to COVID. Judge Gorsuch called emergency measures taken during the COVID-19 crisis. He called it the greatest intrusions on civil liberties in the peacetime history of this country. I'm going to repeat that. the greatest intrusions on civil liberties in the peacetime history of this country. He pointed to orders closing schools, restricting church services, mandating vaccines, and prohibiting evictions. His broadside was aimed at local, state, and federal officials, even his colleagues. The quote is, "Executive officials across the country issued emergency decrees on a breathtaking scale." He wrote that in an 8-page statement. Here you have a clear outcry from a Supreme Court justice that makes the point that I've brought to you before. Our government is not our friend. All of you need to refocus, and I say all of you, I'm talking to the three of you, and flip your view of the position to which you were elected. From here on, represent us and protect us from government policies. Do not continue to be an instrument from the government. Be courageous representatives of your constituents. Thank you.
My name is Joe Herrick, and I would like to call your attention to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, where it states, paraphrasing, that all citizens, whether you're natural born or you're naturalized, all have equal rights. There's no reason for any of this division. You can be gay, you can be straight, you can be crooked, you can be any color. As long as you're a citizen, you have all the rights of anybody in this country. And we need to get back to where we're treating everybody as one, not continually dividing people. During the pandemic, like the previous speaker, I believe we did a great danger to our community by locking down. Almost everything we did was illegal. Just like if you look at the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, nowhere in there does it ever mention the word mandate. That's something that politicians and bureaucrats dreamed up. It's nothing more than a pretend law. It's not a law. And I hope that there's something that unites all of us. And I think when we see the underbelly of all this human trafficking, especially the children, anybody in their right mind has to get on the same page. We have to rid that evil. There's something like 800,000 kids go missing in the US every year. And if that doesn't unite us, I don't know what it'll take. In closing, I'd like to just repeat something I saw not very long ago about a true warrior. A true warrior fights not because he hates the person in front of him, but because he loves those that are behind him. Thank you.
Any other public comment this evening? Anyone online, Sarah? Okay. One person online.
Lee or Lay, we're adding you to the panel. You need to come off of mute and you can state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes for public comment. Lee.
Okay, we'll maybe come back to them.
Yeah, we can move him back.
Okay. We'll move on to our regular agenda items. First item up is an economic development update from the Lawrence Chamber and the Economic Development Corporation.
Commissioners, we've got Steve Kelly from the Lawrence Douglas County Chamber and EDC here for the presentation.
Good evening, Commissioner.
You have to, yeah.
Yeah, good evening, Commissioners. Again, Steve Kelly and Josh Foley.
Get real close on that
All right,
mic.
real close. Okay,
You can move it if you need to.
all right.
Yeah.
Good evening, Steve Kelly with the Lawrence Chamber and the Douglas County EDC. I'm here with my colleague Josh Foley to give you an update on some of the economic development activities that we've been working on over the last year and continue to work on in support of the county and the funding that we receive from the county. What we need to do to get that.
So you need to open the presentation and share it on Zoom. To be share your screen. Oh, you got it.
Just roll it. Good evening. Again, as I said, Steve Kelly and Josh Foley with the Douglas County EDC and the Lawrence Chamber. We're pleased again to support and give an update on what we've been doing and on the economic development front over the last year. The Rising Together that you see on the screen is indicative of the campaign that we're currently on. We have four primary pillars of our campaign. One is job creation, economic prosperity. In that, one of from a lot of research that was done by us and others, we identified that one of the key areas for Lawrence and Douglas County growth and opportunity are in some of these key target areas. They're listed here. I won't read them. These are areas that all took significant hits during the pandemic. We lost on the order of 1,300 jobs in these categories of businesses through the pandemic, but I'm very happy to report that we have come back significantly from that loss. We're just, as of mid-2022, we were a little over 100 jobs short of what we were pre-pandemic. And this is an area that we've been tracking, and the companies that would be in this category would include a lot of our manufacturers, a lot of the companies that are in the software and some of those other spaces, IT, research and biomedical. And we've seen considerable growth. A lot of these are the companies that we work with on an ongoing basis. And again, the data that we have is just through mid-2022. But based on anecdotal information that we've gotten from a number of these companies, we think this target that we had, which would be 300 jobs for the year 2022, will be surpassed. The final data won't be in till probably the latter part of June, first part of July, but we're tracking very well there. Oops, there we are. And these things are accomplished by a lot of different efforts. One is we do a lot of business visits. We have a target of 100 companies per year that we visit. We also work with site location professionals, trying to develop relationships and learn and connect with additional companies that could be supportive of growth in Douglas County. Most all of us are very aware now of the Panasonic possibilities that exist with the facility that they're going to establish in DeSoto that's currently under construction. And we've been working to identify opportunities there for job growth in Douglas County. And I'm pleased to report just in the last week, we had a visit. I escorted a group with a company that is looking at a facility in this region in support of Panasonic. They were in town. So there are some opportunities that we're starting to see from that. And then we also have been very active in trying to support, as I mentioned, manufacturing and technology. These are clusters that we have a pretty strong base, but we've been involved in the formation of the Lawrence Tech Guild and also in a manufacturers forum that we continue to support as a way to continue to grow those key industries in the community and in the county. With that, I'm going to pass to Josh, who's going to talk to us about innovation and entrepreneurship.
Thank you for having this commission. I'm pleased to report that we have completed the product, which is kind of the minority RLF fund as identified here. It is presently titled Diversified Douglas County and was made possible by an extraordinary number of wonderful, very helpful and thoughtful partners. One of the things that made that possible was it was a priority of our EDC capital campaign. Is also a part of the City of Lawrence's Plan 2040, the prosperity and economic security outcome, as well as Douglas County's community health plan to reduce poverty, with the priority focus area being BIPOC entrepreneurship. We're excited to get this information out. We're working presently on the marketing. And essentially what it's going to do is provide low interest, low barrier loan opportunities for minority businesses right here in Douglas County. So a lot of that comes with additional support, not just in terms of funding, but also from the Small Business Development Center, the EBB or Entrepreneurial Business Basics course, which just completed last week with a total of 12 graduates who received certificates of completion there. Network Kansas has been an extraordinary partner and has shared a lot of information from their Empower programs, which are operational in both Wyandotte County. I say both Wyandotte County, Wichita, as well as Topeka, and are having a lot of learning experience that we were able to glean. From. And then Truity Federal Credit Union has stepped up with a great opportunity to service those loans in a way that we were not able to, that helps to ensure or support the ongoing sustainability of the program, not just for a couple of years, but hopefully indefinitely with additional support and additional feedback. So we're really excited about that, and we'll be sharing that announcement very soon. Thank you.
Two of the other initiatives in our Rising Together campaign revolve around, in this case, workforce and talent development. We have had a long and strong relationship with Peasley Tech and been supportive of a number of their initiatives. But we've also identified some other areas that we needed to provide some focus on. And one of those is childcare and childcare advocacy. One of our staff, Hugh Carter, has been deeply involved in the effort to increase childcare opportunities, particularly for infants and toddlers in the community. And when we had pledged in our campaign to increase the number of childcare slots by the number 50 per year over the next 5 years, with the work that's being done by the center that's opening on Main, we believe that is the first and a very important step in achieving some long-term success in this space. In talking to the director recently, we are arranging some tours by local businesses of the space to get them in and to start to understand more about what the capabilities and possibilities are. But that facility alone should open, if you consider that they're going to have night shift slots and also weekend slots, should be on the order of 140 slots. A very important, very needed childcare in the community that'll be coming online as it's completed. So that's very exciting. We've also been very involved in working with the state legislature and with professionals in that space to identify other things that we can do to improve the environment, to help support livable wages for childcare workers, and to also find ways to support parents in trying to access and develop quality care for infants and toddlers. And then the other thing that has been part of our BIPOC effort is one of the typical shortcomings that folks who are looking from the BIPOC community, the underserved communities that are looking for, that turns out to be a detriment sometimes, is their lack of access to skills development, business training. And Josh mentioned the EBB course. We have had 2 cadres of folks go through that. And that's a step that we're supporting financially to allow people from the minority community to have an opportunity for some quality skills training in the business area. And along with that, developing connections to the broader community and to resources in the community, which oftentimes they've not had the ability to access. And so those have been very positive and I think have really longstanding opportunities far beyond the course itself. It's not advancing now. Well, and then the last one, which it doesn't seem to want to advance right now, is housing and land development. That's not good. That's all right. But the last one is housing and land development. We have been, the county and really the entire country's seen incredible difficulties in the housing space. In Douglas County and the city of Lawrence and the surrounding communities have been no exception. So we've been pushing very hard, trying to bring developers to the table, working with the city and the county and the communities to try to provide opportunities for housing and a broad spectrum of housing. It's not just first-time home buyers, it's throughout the spectrum. We have a difficulty in creating the kind of environment where there's enough movement within the housing market to allow people to move from their homes either up or down, which has created some real intense pressure on pricing and made it even more unaffordable for people who are looking for a home. We've been working with the city of Lawrence very intently to have them provide some adjustments in their capital improvement plan, which would advance some infrastructure spending to allow for development of some additional parcels. And that's been a very positive conversation that we've had. We're hoping to know in the next few weeks whether that's something that they will recommend. And again, this wouldn't be new monies. It would just be a movement of monies, advancing some of these infrastructure projects to a closer time frame to allow for some of these opportunities to get some housing started to meet the needs of the community and take some of the pressure off prices and allow opportunities for people to be in the kinds of homes that they would desire, in the kind of community that they would like to have. Again, in closing, we appreciate your ongoing support. We have a lot of initiatives underway. I haven't really talked a lot about Panasonic other than the mention of the company, but that is an opportunity that we have before us. It's hard to say exactly how it'll play out for Douglas County, but I think there are certainly opportunities there. And unless we're prepared, whether it be in the housing side, whether it's on the industrial development or the potential attraction of company side, then I fear that we have the potential of missing the opportunity and then looking back and wondering why we were not more of a part of it. So I think what we've done in terms of support for efforts around Panasonic are very important, and we feel proud of our ability to help the county in that space. So with that, we'll close and stand for questions.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Josh. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Steve and Josh? Okay, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So my first question, it seems like a lot of your strategies are trying to, as you visit with companies who may be thinking of moving or expanding here in Lawrence, Steve, childcare, housing seem to come up. Are there any other things that you think we should be doing as a community as you listen to potential growth opportunities?
I think workforce is, in a general sense is, when you talk about childcare, that's a workforce issue. So workforce, I think, comes up pretty consistently. I think anything that can improve kind of the general quality of life in the county is a positive. I think one of the assets that Lawrence has that a lot of communities doesn't is the variety of opportunities here. The ability to have a lot of big city amenities in terms of culture, music, those sorts of things that typically a community of our size, if it was in a more isolated location, would not have, and that's very attractive. The visitors that I had this week from Japan were very impressed with the community, just the feel and the look and how it felt, and I think they felt like this would be a kind of a community that their company would like to establish a facility in. We'll see how that all works out, but I think that was very positive. So things that can improve kind of the general quality of life, and certainly things that are that address workforce issues, whether it be childcare, training opportunities. I think it's important to have a good transportation system as well. And we're fortunate, I think, in this region to have a robust transportation system. And I'm looking at Karen here. I think broadband is also very important. And that comes up as well. And again, it's one of those things where you look at it and some people have excellent service at a reasonable cost. Some people can get excellent service at an unreasonable cost. And some people can't get excellent service regardless of what the price is. And so I think that is something that needs to be corrected. And again, it's a quality of life issue that used to be a nicety and now is a necessity.
My second question is, you said you've been working with the city on housing and land development, and certainly the county's plays a role in housing and land development. Do you have any recommendations from the chamber and EDC for the county?
Well, I think one of the difficulties that the county has is from the infrastructure side, and how do you support housing that's dispersed throughout the county? And it's a tough thing. So I think really where the support needs to be, or the admonition or the encouragement needs to be to the established communities that have the infrastructure, where extensions of infrastructure can have a significant impact on housing. I think it's wonderful that people have an opportunity if they want to live in the county, but that's whole new sets of infrastructure, which is very, very costly. So I think the things that we can do to encourage the communities, and certainly they're looking at it to develop wisely and provide a variety of types of housing to meet the needs of various groups and the various demographics are important. And that could range from things downtown to, bungalow. And I think that's where we need to come from, is we need to see a variety of housing at a variety of price points to meet the needs of a very different sets of clientele that all have an interest and should have an opportunity to own a home in the community.
Okay, this is a regular agenda item. We'll open it up for public comment. Does anybody like to provide public comment on this item? Anyone online, Sarah? Okay, we'll bring it back up to the commission. This is not an action item, it's just an update, but if commissioners have any comments they'd like to make, no pressure.
I do appreciate Steve anticipating my comments about broadband as an economic development tool and necessity, and digital skills being all part of that, and from birth on anymore. So thank you for including that. And I think we can work that through some of the other frameworks, just like housing and childcare, that's a necessity.
Yeah, just comment. I appreciate the work on a number of different levels, and especially around childcare and workforce training. We can't let up on workforce training, and we need to keep thinking about that. And I really appreciate the minority loan thing. I know we talked about that during ARPA funds and how the county can help with that. So, and it seems like you learned a lot from our E3 visit that was a couple of months ago on how it's about capital, but it's also about the other supportive services, including networking there. So really encouraging the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the time.
We'll move on to our next agenda item, which is an emergency communications service agreement and assessment.
Thank you, Commissioners. Misty Bruckner with Wichita State University is here to present the final report. While Misty's coming forward and getting her presentation loaded, just a little bit of background. 6 months ago, 8 months ago, the county contracted with Wichita State to help us navigate through a review of the current financing and governance agreement for our Emergency Communications Center, which is Dispatch 911. And really, Misty and her team have been leading us through every other week sessions to prepare this report, along with our partners at the City of Lawrence, City of Baldwin City, and the City of Eudora. All had stakeholders that were represented on the stakeholder group and have been a part of the process. So Misty, I'll turn it over to you whenever you're ready. Now, see if you can advance your slide, because if not, I may have to try to get another battery for that.
I don't think I'm on the right ones.
Eric, we may need another. That's fine. Yeah, thanks, Robin.
Yes.
Commissioners, I'm going to suggest we take just maybe a 5-minute recess here and let them do their magic. Would that be helpful, Eric?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess to see if we can figure out some of these technical things. We'll be back at 6:15. I think we've resolved some technical issues. Thanks for bearing with us, everybody. Misty, I think you were just about to kick us off, weren't you?
Very good. Sarah, did you want to say anything else? Okay. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Misty Bruckner. Yeah. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Misty Bruckner for the Public Policy Management Center. Thank you so much for having us today. We've been working for the past 8 months or so regarding your emergency communication services agreement. We started with a leadership team representing communities within Douglas County who use those services to help guide this process. And we did a series of efforts of stakeholders engagement. We've done research on best practices in other communities and industry standards with the goal of looking at water operation recommendations as well as a governance model and financial model moving forward. So we're going to go through that for you tonight. Want to just thank your staff, first of all, in helping to lead this. You have a great team we've had the privilege of working with before. So Tony and Sarah and their folks have done a great job, and we really appreciate that opportunity. So I'm going to introduce Isabel Ebersol first. She's our research assistant, and she's going to give you some of the background information.
Good evening, commissioners. Thanks for having us. All right, so starting with a little bit of background on your current agreement, the county consolidated emergency communications back at the end of 1994. At the time, they decided to split costs, 34% county, 66% City of Lawrence. They also established an advisory committee at this time to oversee how the funds were spent. Years later, in 2015, Eudora entered into an agreement with the county and agreed to pay $25,000 per calendar year for emergency services. They had one seat on the advisory committee, and this has remained the same since 2015. Baldwin City receives services from ECC, but has no formal agreement. They pay $20,000 per calendar year. We included this slide for a little bit of context. The report goes into much more in-depth data analysis, but the first figure up there shows the number of high priority calls received from January of 2020 through mid-November 2022. Of those over 26,000 calls, you can see how they're divided between law and fire. We analyzed the call processing times at the 90th percentile. You can see that in the third column there, and compared to a national performance goal of 1 minute and 30 seconds. You can also see in the final column, it shows CAD log entries, highlights the intensity of law calls compared to fire and EMS calls. So just a little bit of context before we jump in. And we also included the number of calls over this last year. Misty mentioned earlier, we did conduct some interviews and focus groups at the end of last year. We did 14 in total. So the next few slides, I'll just highlight some key findings that we found. We asked stakeholders what's going well. They agreed that the county provides excellent leadership, as well as dispatch quality is very good. And they appreciate the fact that the county offers consolidated dispatch. They recognize that it would be a much more expensive feat if that weren't the case. We asked them what challenges exist. The first one up there, partner equity, will come up multiple times throughout the presentation. That was a big concern considering the size of Lawrence compared to other partner communities. They brought up challenges related to technology. The industry is driven by technological advancements, happen very quickly and often come with big price tags. So they recognize that that's a future challenge. Budgeting and billing also, not everyone falls on the same cycle. So identified that as an opportunity for improvement. Other opportunities for improvement include resource management across the county. Also that third point there, countywide operations. Streamlining some processes. And then also almost everyone mentioned closing the loop on dispatcher care. It's a very intense job. And so all of our partners want to be sure that they're being treated with the care that they need. In regards to the communication, partners feel that it's overall improved in recent years. However, they still feel it's a little bit reaction-based and would like to see it a bit more proactive, which touches on that third point there. They would like to see a more formalized structure. As far as the financial structure goes, they also have equity concerns here, and they had varied opinions on the legacy agreements that we were evaluating. However, they all agreed that it should be subject to regular review, which hasn't been current practice. And then finally, we asked about governance structure. As I mentioned before, there is a 911 advisory board. However, the purpose of it has kind of evolved over the years. So there was some confusion as to what the formal governance structure is. They recognize that high turnover in these jobs doesn't provide for consistent governance. And so they want to work together to improve that, and then also highlighted equity concerns here.
Thanks, Isabel. So starting from the beginning, we talked about governance, how that would have to play out with this effort. So just to kind of provide a foundation of where you are now, that all current employees are Douglas County employees, and that the emergency communication director is supervised by the sheriff, that has regular contact with the county administrator and is involved with the performance evaluation and provides feedback regularly with that. The 911 advisory board was established when the center was, and currently that board meets quarterly to share updates. It's a more narrow focus, but I think one of the things we were heard often is the agileness of Tony and the team at the Emergency Communication Center. When a problem comes up, they address it now. And one of the first rules is do no harm. So we didn't want to screw up anything that is working now with that type of great customer service that we heard and the agileness of the work that is done. So you'll see that in the recommendations that we want to make sure that we lean into that. We also know things are working well now. And then how do you make sure you're creating a governance structure that addresses times when things may be more contentious or there may be issues of concern? So that was some of the thought process that we took back with the leadership team. So the recommendation is to restructure the existing 911 board and to really get them to focus in on identifying the bigger issues that are happening, helping out with policy services, getting them up at a higher level of thinking and thinking forward for that work. And then looking at the budgeting and the finances, because it's a big piece of this, and being able to look out in the future, evaluating performance of the work, and then creating advisory groups or committees as needed. There's a lot of decisions that Tony and team over there are able to respond to meet customer needs, and we don't want to lose that as is important for the service they provide. So we recommend establishing regular meetings, and was maybe quarterly at first. They may move to biannual, but as you can see that they would have really focused on future operations level and looking at those performance standards as they come through. So whether that's executive manager or designees of the manager from Lawrence, Douglas County, City of Eudora, and Baldwin City, that these would be the 4 main participants for that governance board, and that because University of Kansas provides a backup support, that they would be engaged with that as an ex officio member to know what's happening with that. And then the last part of this is just to make sure that there's established performance measures and expectations, so everybody's working off that same page. Adopting a contract timeframe agreement, I think we would recommend 3 years, that at least be revisited. There may or may not be changes at that time, but that would be a formal process that you would go through to see that. Voting recommendations, we want to make sure to highlight that there's a consensus feeling right now among this group, and this is intended to move forward in that process, so that you are trying to reach a consensus and trying to move forward together. If not, we would recommend veto power for the 2 largest efforts with this, whether that's City of Lawrence or Douglas County. Baldwin City and Eudora collectively would have that veto power. In the report, we go through a number of steps that could be taken to try to get you back to consensus, because we think that's the intent and the desire from that group. And then I think a couple of other things is just making sure as hiring of a new leadership, that those folks that are representing the other communities would have input into that. And of course, just reminding that Douglas County is the hiring authority for that position. Financial model. This always takes a bit of time to work through and get to an agreement on our recommendation. So appreciate the willingness of that leadership team to lean into that and the information provided from Douglas County to do that. We started with a set of guiding principles. So what are we trying to do in putting this funding model together? We wanted it to be understandable and replicable, so that first of all, that everybody is clear of what is happening with the formula and how that's going to work. We looked at equity among members. We wanted it to be something that would be implementable. So meaning like people would be willing to move forward with that. And then considerate of all expenses. So obviously you have operating expenses, but there's some other capital expenses that'll be coming down the road. How does that formula inform those decisions as well? So your current financial model breakdown here of percentages, it's shifted a little bit, but Douglas County plays almost 37%. Lawrence plays about almost 62%, and Baldwin City and Eudora are both under 1% of that budget for this. We looked at several funding options. I will tell you that the call volume was one we thought from the beginning that would make sense to do. Listening to the leadership team, which had folks that had law enforcement and public safety experience, obviously Tony. We also have a consultant on our team that has that background as well. Because of the types of calls, the intensity of calls, how people use the 911 system within to talk back and forth, that was not an option we felt that would meet the criteria of being replicable or easy to understand moving forward. So that was a question from the beginning. I just wanted to hit forward. So we looked at all those other options, and our recommendation then is is option number 2, population plus a county base. What that would do is the county has a long commitment of providing this service, and this recognizes that. It also mirrors kind of a base performance level and need that you would need to stand up an emergency communication center. So the idea, the recommendation is that county would pay that base amount of a third of the cost. And then the other participants would pay the remaining based on population. So it's base with county paying a third, with the other portion be divided based on the population that those cities bring in. The 11% of the unincorporated area is considered part of the county's base amount, and that 1/3. The county, with conversations with Sarah and Tony, understands that for especially Baldwin City and Eudora, that this is a change in their financial commitment to what they've provided before. So recommendation for a phased-in approach over the next 3 years. We've presented to both of those communities and taken their questions and shared this information. Also that these numbers are based on 2022 numbers, and there's going to be an increase in cost. So clear that these aren't the actual amounts. The last thing that I'll mention is that there were recommendations just on operational efforts. There's more detail within the report, but just to highlight a few of them, I think that the facilities is something I'm sure, well aware of, and thinking about what that needs to look in the future for disasters and backup planning with that. Recommending to look at some accreditation models. I think that'll be important for your governance and your policy work moving forward. So you have those standards that you're trying to reach. Other opportunities at looking at emergency fire and police dispatching programs. You've already done a lot of great work in that area, and this is kind of the next step. The post-incident analysis is engaging those folks that are within dispatch on some analysis work for them. They are part of that public safety process. And then the last ones really are for the future. Technology support is going to continue to grow in this area. Staffing levels are something to keep an eye on to meet that. And then just traffic cameras and dispatch cancel. So again, a lot of technology and how that's used in the future. So that is our presentation. I'm glad to answer questions from any of you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Misty or Isabel? No.
Not yet. I was waiting to see if we had any representation from Baldwin City or Eudora online or here that might also speak during public comment.
Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. Is there anybody here at the courthouse who would like to provide public comment on this item? Come on up.
I do, while Jean's coming forward, we didn't ask representatives of the city to attend. Misty is making the same presentation at all of their cities, and maybe after Misty, you can highlight who you've been to and talk through that. But I wasn't anticipating representatives from cities here tonight.
Gene Dorsey, Lawrence, Kansas. I just had a question on the salary structure of the dispatchers. Are we paying these people enough to keep them happy in their jobs, or is it more the stress of the occupation that results in turnover? Thanks.
Any other public comment here at the courthouse? Anyone online, Sarah? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Well, Misty, I'll ask you my question then. So I've been in touch with some folks from Baldwin and Eudora, and they've expressed some, interest and concerns with some of the dollar figures, but it sounds like that at least city managers have been in this process from the very beginning. Can you just talk about what the outreach looked like in different towns, and also why we're not talking also about Lecompton?
Sure. The city manager representatives, as well as public safety, have been involved from the communities and were engaged with the leadership meeting every other week and that development. We also did, as part of the focus groups, that expanded that work to make sure that we talked to all of them as well. We have presented both at Eudora and Baldwin City in the last 10 days. Nobody likes to see bills get bigger, is what I would say. And so that they obviously expressed that concern. along with they recognize if they were going it alone, right, that would be a significant cost and increase as well. I think those are the technical points. You always have some philosophical debate of what is a county's responsibility, what is a city's responsibility. So a little bit of those conversations. Lecompton was not included because of it is part of the unincorporated effort is what I would say. They don't have their own standalone law enforcement. And so under the sheriffs and under county fire or fire districts that they provide those services. So that's why we didn't do that at that time.
Thank you for that clarity. So you've given this presentation in Baldwin and in Eudora, and this might be actually a question for Sarah. As we're voting on this model, do those cities and the city of Lawrence also vote on this model that they're agreeing to step up and pay that amount? Or is this our decision that we are deciding to charge them that amount?
I think this is it's a group, it's a decision each governing body has to make, but through the process that we've used to develop this model, I'm anticipating, we've not heard any concerns with not moving to the model, and that's what we designed the process to do. So I don't know what specific motions have been on other agendas yet. I didn't get that detailed, but what I'm looking for from the commission is direction to use this model in the development of the 24 budget. And from my conversations with city management staff in the cities, I believe they're assuming they have the same kind of reception at their cities. That is the direction they're looking for as well.
So Misty, Sarah, either one of you want to respond? So if I read the proposal correctly, if the county would assume 1/3 of the cost, the balance is then from those communities that choose to participate. So if they didn't choose to participate, so for example, let's say Eudora says, we don't want to use that service, then the balance would be then from Baldwin and Eudora, and from Baldwin and the city of Lawrence. Is that my understanding? Am I thinking about that correctly?
Yes, but again, we've said we were going to revise this agreement every 3 years. So it would be an opportunity. And obviously, if we need to revise it sooner than that, it'd be a process that we could bring it back to the commission and look to revising the agreement.
And then my second question was, as the proposal is to phase in those smaller communities that have been paying significantly less. Douglas County is going to pick up the difference while they're phased in.
Correct.
Okay. And then maybe just since Jean asked the question, Jean, I'll refer you. We have a report that comes from Emergency Communications annually, and you might go back through our agenda. Tony has done an excellent job of outlining of first retaining staff, and then our county play plan, looking at, what is the market need across and making adjustments to pay there. So you might want to visit with Tony about it or go back to that report. It's pretty awesome. So, okay. Taking public comment. Does any commissioner want to make a motion here?
Sure. Commissioner Reed, I move that we agree to the recommended financing model for the Emergency Communications Center and direct staff to prepare the appropriate agreements and bylaws for governance.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Misty, Isabel, thank you for your work. Thank you to our
Thank you.
staff. It's always
Thank you.
great to hear when we work with partners that they appreciate our staff's work. All right. Speaking of emergency communications and pay rates, let's have the sheriff comment up to talk about office staffing and retention update.
Yeah, thank you for teeing that up for me. Okay, Sheriff Jay Armbruster. I will try to be mindful of your all time. I know this is a packed agenda, and I do not have a glitch waiting to happen here. So thank you for allowing me on the agenda to come and talk to you about this. It's been something that's been coming for a long time, but unfortunately, this year has really kind of kicked me across the end line to really get something done. before I get too far, this is just a conversation starter. I will have a fully fleshed out plan and a package to send to you all through the budget process, but this is just gives me an opportunity to kind of tell you what's going on and make sure some of the folks in the community know. And I'm on the wrong page. We're fully staffed. The sheriff's office is 177 employees. Right now, we are currently 27 short. That's 18 in the jail, 9 in operations. That's about a 27% shortage for our jail and a 23% shortage in our operations. And on the operations side, that is basically one entire patrol shift plus that we are short. Our average I share these numbers simply because they astounded me. The average years of service for our current corrections officers, if we were to hire full today, our average years of service would be 2.06 years. Our average years of service for our entire agency would be 3.12 years. And I'll tell you this, we just did kind of a rough number. Our command staff has 150 years of combined service, and you're about to lose them in the next 5 years. So we are an extremely young baby of an agency. So this kind of helps explain what it is that we're doing. So each month we run short on staff, so we fill it. And I'm speaking most generally about our jail, but of the last few months, our patrol shift has been very, very short as well. But we carry about 1,500 hours of jail overtime a month. This month it came in just a little over 1,800 hours. And for perspective, that's 45 40-hour work weeks. So in a month, what's about 11 months of work. So in a month, we need one person to work a year's worth of work just to cover what we are short. We have in the last few months required our staff to sign up for 4-hour slots, or they will be mandatory assigned. And in fact, our command staff has begun working jail shifts. I work out there regularly during the week. So I'll be walking the hallways with a corrections officer who just hired in this year doing the exact same job, because we're so short, and every hour I can work is an hour that they don't have to cover. And all of our command staff does that as well. Our patrol shift and other units have done the same, but they are getting so shorthanded now that they are no longer able to assist in the jail because they have their own overtime to cover. Historically, when it comes to pay specifically for law enforcement and the sheriff's office, the last one that I know of was 2001 with Sheriff Rick Trapp. I don't even know of another pay package that a sheriff has even brought to the commission specifically for it to either be passed, not passed, or I don't think it's just ever been done. And I say that because I fully believe that we as a sheriff's office have done ourselves a disservice in that we don't talk enough about what we do. And I think that for decades and generations we've operated, we've done more with less, and we've set a standard of excellence, in my opinion, but we've set a standard of service with this community that has come to be the expectation. And we're getting to a near critical point where we're going to have to start drawing back services to do what is statutorily required. And I'll get to that here in a second. Of course, I want to talk about the outlier, and that is the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, our neighbor to the east. And the current situation in the Johnson County area is that the Johnson County Sheriff's Office has created a pay package that starts everybody at $27.50. We start our jailers at $20 and some change. The difference in the annual salary of coming to work for me versus coming to work for Sheriff Hayden is about $15,000 a year. In 1998, when I started with the sheriff's office, my annual salary was $18,900. So the difference between us and them is almost what I started this job for. On top of that, the question is, well, you know, we pay more than some of our neighbors in other smaller counties such as Jefferson and Franklin. Why aren't we drawing from those areas? And that's a fair question. The problem is that if I live almost to Franklin County. If I was looking to get into this work, I wouldn't come to Douglas County for $7.50 an hour less when I could go 20 minutes east and make $15,000 more a year and be a deputy and not have to start as a jailer. So while it's a fair question, it just creates, I think the answer is just not quite as simple as, well, we're not doing enough. The other thing I'll tell you is, I hear this, I have firsthand experience, is that people who don't live in this community don't love this community the way that we love this community. I go to conferences and everybody wants to know how things are going in woke Lawrence, and they want to degrade the image and their beliefs of what we are and who we are. And that is a pervasive belief in people who don't live and love this place the way that we do. So we have a difficult time even getting people to want to come to Lawrence based on just their perceptions or some urban legend they've heard about who we are and frankly who we actually are not. But it's a tough stigma at times, especially when it comes to law enforcement, for us to break down. So and the other thing is, you know, I can't imagine I know how many people we've lost from us to go to other places. What I can't even fathom or quantify is how many people haven't even applied, because if you're in the job market and you lay 5 opportunities out in front of you, you're going to pick the ones that you want to apply for. I have a feeling, just based on the starting pay and those kinds of things, is that they're not even coming to us to apply. We've lost in the last 2 years, which is I've been the sheriff for 2.5 years now. In the last 2 years, we've lost 55 folks. Of that, 16 of them were retirements, which is a staggering number of retirements. You couple that with another 13 that we have lost to other law enforcement agencies in the Johnson County and metro area. And then 10 of them got out of law enforcement altogether. Basically, they came to work for us and says, no, thank you. You don't pay me enough to deal with what I deal with. And that's fair. And I actually welcome those folks who make that decision and don't get stuck in a job that they don't want to be in. But it kind of helps explain why it is. So you couple the simple losses to other agencies and people who just don't want to be here or just don't feel like they can be here with that number of retirements, that put us just deeply in the hole that we can't. I mean, we can't hire 55 people in 2 years. Even if we were paying $100,000 a year, I don't know that we could hire 55 people, but I do think that we can do better. So the package that'll be coming to you, even if it's fully funded, it won't even, those fundings won't even be realized for a few years, because it's going to take us time to fill those spots and start actually sending that money out the door. So I guess I say this simply for the sticker shock factor. Let's have a conversation about what this is actually going to cost. It's going to keep us competitive, but I fully understand that Johnson County and those agencies are currently engaged in an arms race that you and I cannot even begin to enter into. I'm not even wanting to try that. The numbers that I'm going to present to you are today's numbers, and we already know that some of them are changing in the northward motion. So because simply put, Johnson County raised their pay. So now Overland Park, Lenexa, Prairie Village, Shawnee all had to raise their pay. And so they're going to continually try to outmatch each other. I just need to keep them in sight, because I feel like that if we can get these people in, that we can keep them, because we've done a very good job of keeping folks, even when they don't maybe get paid as well as someplace else. Let's see. The last thing I'll end it with is statutorily, the sheriff is required only a very few things. One of them is to keep and maintain a jail. The other one is to serve civil process, which is the paperwork coming out of the court. Those are the two main things that I have to do. But what we do that we are not required to do is carry a patrol division, have detectives and investigations, courtroom security, which is a substantial burden and load. Our CSI, we have a training division, we have a reentry division, we have classifications. We do a lot of things that we are not statutorily required, but they are the things that we need to do because it's what this community deserves. And we've maintained that level of service with less for the last 2.5 years. And so my agency is built exactly like a pyramid and it crumbles because if I can't fill in the corrections in the base, nothing can advance, nothing can move towards the peak. And that's what I'm hoping to accomplish with this. I guess the question comes is like, well, if we don't fund this, what are we looking at? We just had a meeting this morning about how is it that we can try to cut back services and things that we do in order to maintain our base of operation without, because what'll happen is we keep riding these ponies, they're going to die. And so we have to start looking at ways that we can conserve the people that we do have. And then this package will then allow me the opportunity to hopefully bring in some new. I've completely lost my notes. I don't even know what's going on here anymore, but I'll open it up to any questions that you have. Look at this. It's just scribbles at this point. So I don't want to make it sound like I am prioritizing the sheriff's office over any other county entity or county division, except that I am. The stakes are too high for us to not do what is expected and what we have been doing for so long. So here I am. I'm here in front of you to see if we can figure something out on how to do that. So I will open it up to questions or whatever you need or however this process works.
Commissioners, one of the reasons when I spoke to the sheriff about getting him on this agenda was hopefully if there was additional information you would like to have to consider in advance of the budget, this would give the sheriff some time to put that information together. So no one's expecting answers tonight. We're just, and if you want to reflect and provide information later, we certainly can.
And I can take notes.
This Commissioner Reed, I just want to add a point to your kind of final comment there, Sheriff Armbrister, that yes, it's a very important for conversation for us to be having and talking about the level of services and what that costs and what realistically it looks like and what some of the barriers are. And also to your point earlier, they're statutorily required services, right? It's a very significant portion of what counties are responsible for from a legal perspective. And so it is, it's a priority conversation. So I'm curious if you have, and if you don't have any numbers right now, that's fine. But I'm just trying to get a sense of like what vacancy has looked like. Does it just keep growing? Has it been kind of a steady number? Because you're talking about, well, I mean, once you have employees, that retention is good because it's quality place to work and people appreciate the environment, all things considered. So I'm just curious to have a better understanding of what those numbers look like. Has it showed any? Well, it sounds like it's really just happening at the corrections level coupled with some retirements too, right? So I don't know if you have any sort of numbers top of mind, but just wondering if it is constantly growing or is it kind of plateaued?
So that's a great question. In fact, the old adage, one step forward, two steps back. I would say that we are in kind of a 2 steps forward or 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. In fact, I'll just go ahead and say it. We've had some applicants here in the last year or so. Now they haven't all been quality applicants, but we've had a greater number of applicants come to us because of a change that they made at the county where we're now using some other resources to try to get folks in the door. So I have to be completely transparent. We've had a pretty good run with some new applicants, but I think if it was just staff leaving, we could have maintained or kept close. But what really got us was 2 things. And one of them's fact, one of them opinion. The fact is that our agency is built in tiers. And we, like when I started, it was a bunch of old dudes and it was a bunch of babies. And those folks all left. Well, then this next generation moved in and then all of them left. It's never been a steady cycle for the sheriff's office. And frankly, in 5 years, we're setting ourselves up for another one because like I said, our command staff can all retire. And then, well, not all but a few of them can retire in the next few years. So that's also part of my things is trying to figure out what we're going to do for the future and who we're going to hand this off to and what it's going to look like. But what I will say is that you couple those 2 things together. And then on top of that, I feel like just the way that the job itself has changed over the last 2 to 3 years and the shortage of human beings that we have entering into the workforce on top of that. And I don't want to try to sound like some Gen Xer saying that the millennial generation is no good. They are very good. I like them very much. However, it has been very difficult to get some buy-in from the fresh-faced new employees who come in and meet resistance on day one in a very difficult job that takes place in a very difficult environment. And I don't blame them, but those 10 people that left in that 2-year period, basically like, this is crazy. And I get it, it is crazy, but we haven't had that many people come in and say that to us. Instead, they just say, oh, I think I could probably learn to figure this out. Or, you know what, I'm gonna just take a different job in this. They've come to us and like, I'm out of here. Like on a Tuesday, like they're supposed to be there at 9, 8:30, they're like, I'm done. So it's been kind of a learning curve with just the generalization of our new workforce. But to say something nice about millennials, that they are very good at deciding how they feel. They take very good care of themselves, but they are also extremely and deeply loyal once they have initiated and decided that they want to be a part of something. They're a very strong group when it comes to ties. It's just a matter of making those ties, and that's kind of where my work belongs. So that's kind of a long-winded answer with probably some editorial in that we could have maybe managed just the loss, but the retirements on top of that really, really made it difficult.
And did you have a rough ballpark estimate you wanted to share now so that we're not quite so shocked when budget time comes in?
Commissioners, I haven't had a chance to review it yet, so if at all possible, I'd like to not necessarily release a number yet, so I can give you a proposed budget appropriately.
It's not as bad as it could be. And it's not $1 squillion. So I've been known to ask for that before.
Jay, have you done any type of, market study or figuring out? I understand that different counties pay different amounts and there's other things that happen. But, not just in law enforcement sectors, but other comparable jobs.
Right.
And
Yeah.
are you looking at that at all?
Yeah, statewide, in fact. Major Bunting has done a phenomenal job, which of course, that's what we come to expect from Gary. But I'd say there was probably 15 or 16 agencies that were A, local, B, comparable in size, or C, just kind of something that makes sense, or maybe even an outlier to show this is not even what we're trying to do, or this is something totally different. But what where the work comes in, like we can call and get numbers all day long, but the problem for us is trying to match up so it's our ranks say are arbitrary to us. What is a sergeant in the Douglas County Sheriff's Office may be doing the same work that a lieutenant in Saline County is doing. So we've done that. And in fact, he went so deep as to finding out, what does this do? What does this do? And we tried to match those up to show what is comparable. But I'll say this is that we do have some folks who are lower, but we are still in the lower echelon of, especially locally, so much as, we're very close with, say, Leavenworth County. We are probably a little ahead in pay, Franklin and Jefferson County, but we're behind in everything east of us and west of us. So it's, but I do have those numbers, and I'll be glad to share them.
Yeah, I think that's something I'd like to see. The other thing, I'm very familiar with an organization who's having a hard time keeping people right now. And so if you have any sort of stay data that you're asking your staff for, what's keeping them staying and why are they leaving? And the other thing I'd ask for is sort of my calculations based on your numbers where you have about 7% that's leaving for other jobs and other, similar numbers actually around the other two.
Yeah.
What's a reasonable amount? Because 0
Right.
is probably not going to happen, right?
That's fair.
And what is that? You may not have it over time, what it's looked like, because you may not, with another sheriff,
Yeah.
have kept those kind of numbers. But those are, since it sounds like you're a little bit, I think Sarah said, like you're asking what things are we going to want to see when we come
Yeah.
back to this. I guess that's that's sort of where I am, is I just want to see some of that data
Yeah.
around, and expectations and goals for you all around, pay is one piece of the retention puzzle.
Yep.
And what goals you're setting around retention and how you think pay will influence that.
Yeah, I know we've kept retention numbers in the past, and we will certainly be digging them up. But I think that's actually a great point that I hadn't thought of, is to ask, why do you stay? Because I actually asked myself that, why do these people stay? And I think probably in my head, I tell myself it's because they have a really awesome sheriff, but chances are there's probably something much, much deeper in there that we could glean from this. So yeah, that's a great point. So we'll work on that for sure. So, okay.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, this is a regular agenda item, so we'll open it up for public comment. Does anyone like to provide public comment on this item?
I'm Clifford Harding. One way you
Can you
help.
say your name one more time?
What?
please? Your name and Douglas
Clifford
County.
Harding. I live
Thank
here
you.
in.
Go ahead.
One way that you could help the county out, they have to spend a lot of money. You people need to get out and look. On 1600 road, there is a junkyard, and I have talked to deputies, and all they do is they said we wouldn't come to Grant Township if it wasn't for that one place. If you guys would put the hammer down on him, he can't even, he'll park out on the township road. His place is so full. Make him either clean that thing up or get out. That's all I got to say.
And any other public comment? Anyone online, Sarah? Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. This is an informational item only, no action. Any other comments, commissioners, questions? Okay, thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is an enhanced, sure I got it right, yeah, enhanced naloxone agreement, and our friends from DECA are back.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bob Tryansky, Director of Behavioral Health Projects for Douglas County. Tonight, we are bringing back to you a revised proposal from DECA to improve and expand the access points, the number of distribution points in Douglas County for naloxone, and the number of units that are available. If you remember, several weeks ago, DECA brought a proposal. There were several strategies or options for strategies in the proposals, and the proposal that we shared with you at the time focused on two. One was the distribution of one box units, and the second was vending machines. One of the other options that was available in the report from DECA was some strategies to have targeted distribution for naloxone in Douglas County. And so after some conversation and discussion with the commission, staff had direction to go back and kind of revise this, work with DECA to have this proposal revised. We did that when we received an updated version based on the feedback that the commission gave, and that proposal came back a bit higher than staff felt that they had heard direction from the commission for, which was to stay within a framework of about $50,000. So what you have is a revised proposal, and the revised proposal continues to keep those three strategies: one box units, one vending machine, and then what's listed in the proposal as targeted distribution events. There have been some more conversations since the agenda item was published, and some concerns raised by commissioners whether or not the targeted distribution piece of the proposal has enough clarity and specificity. And we think that it is possible, after talking with DECA, as staff, to do some additional adjustments in the particulars of the proposal. But what we want to recommend tonight is, and what we would hope is, for approval of a three strategy approach to this challenge and this issue that would give us an opportunity to get some baseline data about where people are accessing naloxone, how often, how frequently, how many units are moving. Because one thing is clear, this is probably not enough units of naloxone to meet the need in Douglas County for 12 months. So this is a starting point. And it's about $10,000 higher than what we brought to you last time, but keep in mind that we added a strategy in there. And with that, I will step back and stand for questions, or allow DECA to stand for questions.
Thank you,
I
Bob.
want to introduce Lori Alvarado, CEO of DECA, and Chrissy Mayer. Chrissy, I know you're the master, you're the architect of the prevention strategies at DECA. Okay.
Questions, commissioners? No questions. Okay, let's open this up for public comment. We had quite a long discussion about this last time, so I'm not surprised there's not any questions. Is there any public comment on this item? Anyone online? All right, back to the commission.
So I'll ask a question about the distributed, the targeted distribution. If you have any kind of clarity that you can give us on what that might look like, and it doesn't have to be, fully formed, but just to give us some direction.
Sure, there's lots of options for targeted distribution, and we're willing to work with the commission and Sitt County staff to address those to make sure we're most efficient in that process.
And will there be conversations with some of the smaller communities that Lecompton, Baldwin and Eudora, about how they feel that these strategies could be deployed in their communities?
Sure, absolutely. We've actually already started some of those, especially with the school districts in those outlying counties. We provided kits to them, training. So yes, definitely have opened the conversation for more conversation about what their needs are.
Would recommend one to look at, and that's the Baker University has a health fair that is widely people come to that from all over the county, from all over the southern half of the county. It might be a good place to get people who are ready to hear about things about health, their own health that they do not yet know, or possibly pick up some naloxone.
Yes, absolutely. That's actually an event that we supported financially this year with some ARPA dollars. And so we have a good relationship with them, and we'll work with them again for their event next year. So great suggestion. Thank you.
What kind of time frame do you think you'd need to bring back some of the data that you'll learn from putting out the vending machine and the one boxes? And
we will gather data. It'll be immediate. So with the vending machines, as I mentioned last time, those are entered by zip code. We'll get real-time data on who's accessing and what that looks like. So pretty immediate. Same with one boxes. That's just something we'll monitor as they're accessed. Additionally, we'll be able to provide training to staff where those one boxes sit. So we'll be able to provide an update on here's the training was received. Here's the need people in those locations are seeing as well.
And staff has indicated that as they get that data, if we want to make additional changes or add things to this, that we'll work with DECA to bring back subsequent proposals.
yeah, I guess I'm just curious for a time frame. Should we expect to have you back in 6 months and see how things are going and look at funding again, just with some more data behind us?
Sure. So our first vending machine, they're in production right now. So we received some foundation dollars to get that started. In the event that the commission wasn't interested in funding those, we still wanted to get that rolling. And so we will have vending machines available at the end of August, 1st of September. So it's likely by December, we'll have really good data on what's happening with the vending machines. One boxes, those could be an immediate, I can order those tomorrow and start implementing that strategy and be able to have more data and information on those. Additionally, I'm happy to provide you all with data related on our current statewide distribution about what's happening specifically in Douglas County too. That's data I get every week.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any questions. I just want to, 2 comments. One, I suppose it's an unsolicited suggestion, so take it if it's useful. If not, that's okay. You know, I was just thinking in all of our conversations about kind of training people to use it, right? And it's pretty simple, right? And that's part of what I have heard DECA's interest and sort of positive reaction to the one box idea specifically is that it has that little video that has a very quick training. I like that piece of it too. I'm also just thinking about, like, as you're working through this targeted distribution plan and working with other community partners, either for events they're having or just the population that they serve. I'm just thinking about like a train the trainer type I just wonder how much interfacing you already have with other agencies where there might be opportunity to sort of get other folks in the community trained up to the level of being able to present that as they have folks come onto staff or into residential services or things like that. So
Yes, so train the trainer model is actually something we have done for the TRC here in town.
oh, great.
And then we're actually developing a specific TOT model. We were going to roll it out in May. Now we're going to push it in June. So we will have a TOT model available for folks to utilize because we
Cool.
certainly can't train everybody. that's for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. Great. And I know y'all have your hands full with lots going on. And so spreading out that work. So I should have just asked if you were doing that instead of assuming it was a suggestion. Thank
That's
you.
great. We're on the same page. That's good.
And then otherwise, just want to really appreciate that you are approaching this sort of baseline with a diversity of strategies and to really assess what feels workable for your staff, what seems to have the community responding, and then knowing that we can adjust accordingly from there. So appreciate your openness to trying a few different things that you've maybe never done or haven't done quite at the level that you're about to. So appreciate that energy.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I appreciate the clarity that you provided in this proposal, including the dollar amount. And I look forward to hearing how it's going, but I also respect the work that DECA does in this space all the time and thinking about what might be best. So I'm happy to make a motion to amend DECA's 2023 Community Partner Agreement to support the implementation of enhanced access naloxone. I have trouble with that word, at a cost not to exceed $58,826.25.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Okay, our next item, if you're looking along in your programs, was for a TRC reimbursement request. If you were not here at the beginning of the meeting, that item has been pulled from our agenda. So we'll move on to the Public Works Department request to remove a low water crossing on Washington Creek.
Thank you, commissioners. We're going to move Kevin Sontag into the panel. I think it's Kevin's item. Yep. Kevin, you're in the panel. If you want to come off mute, you can provide the presentation.
This is actually supposed to be Chad Voigt's presentation. Is Chad there?
Oh. I wonder if, let me see if he's on this Zoom. Well, no, I don't have Chad here, Kevin. I thought this was,
Sarah, should we move on to the next item and maybe come back to this?
yeah, also,
Oh,
Chad,
there's Chad. He was lurking.
thanks, Kevin.
No problem. I'm here to just in case Chad has any
Got it.
specific questions that I might be able to address. But yeah, this will be Chad's presentation.
Head to the podium. Okay. Yes. We deferred it.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Chad Voigt, Director of Public Works, and I'm with you here tonight to once again talk about N-1075 road. This is a road that is 3/4 of a mile south of the dam on Route 5, which is E1000 road. We've talked about it before. It's a township road, and at that point, it crosses two large streams. It's a gravel road. It provides a connection to another township road further east that's paved. And just to kind of go back through recent history on this. So we came to you several months ago with initiating the process to make the road minimum maintenance. And that was appropriate based on surrounding land use. And it was a little bit of a preemptive move on residential development to keep people out of that area. So I think that issue's settled. There was an extensive, sorry, ran up the stairs. There was an extensive public process, the township board meeting, the planning commission, and then a meeting here. So once we finished that process, we went ahead and put another step on consent, which was to put gates up. Gates are usually done by a resolution, and it's not required to have a hearing on those. Often gates are initiated by landowners on minimum maintenance roads, and that's to prevent people from dumping trash or just generally hanging out in those areas. So we got the gate resolution through. The gates were installed on May 4th. So with that, on the day the gates were being installed, we had a few comments from some landowners who were not happy that the gates were going in. The gates are consistent with minimum maintenance. We really don't want people in the area. But that was the point where we, for the first time, had heard any kind of significant pushback. The goal all along here has been to move toward removing this low water crossing for several reasons. And so I saw that maybe the best way to do this is come to you with a discussion about removing the low water crossing and point out that that's an opportunity for public comment on the gates, if that makes sense. So some of the concerns with having that low water crossing, even having that open to travel. We've got the sheriff's deputies or public works have to go out every time there's any kind of rain event, just to make sure it's not overtopping. If the low water crossing is overtopping, then they have to lock the gates. Once the rain subsides and the flood waters go down, public works has to go clean out all the debris. There's a 36-inch pipe that carries the flow. And this is a stream with 31 square miles of drainage. So nowhere near what it should be. Just as a point of reference, we're building a bridge upstream about a mile right now. So slightly less drainage area. And that bridge is $1.5 million, a 3-span concrete bridge, which is a great project, by the way. It's going really well. But that would be the kind of structure we would need at this location. So there's the general concern about flooding and having to go out to close gates and monitor. There's also a concern that this structure needs work, that it's coming apart, and whether it's open to public travel or not, it's ours. And so do we fix it? As soon as we touch it, we have to go through an environmental process on permits. The kind of structure that would go in that would have a similar level of service would probably be $300,000 to $500,000 with a full plan and permit process. And so it doesn't seem that for the level of traffic on the road, that makes sense to us. So with the installation of the gates, we've kind of solved the problem of keeping traffic out. And now the question is, as this structure just deteriorates and continues to come apart, what should we do? And I think, one of the key factors is the environmental impacts of the structure. Yes, it's been there 100 years, but the upstream channel is full of sediment. The downstream channel is scoured, and it would be a chance to improve that situation if we remove it. The idea that someday we may have a crossing would not be in this location. It would be in a different location with a bridge. So with that kind of overall view, we have in the memo put together recommendations that we remove the structure, and we'll do plans to do that in a way that the stream can remain stable. And then again, this is a chance for public comment for folks that are not happy with what's happening right now out there. This has been a road for over 100 years. It's been a crossing for over 100 years. The current crossing is probably 25 years old. We've had 3 accidents in the last 15, 20 years. The last accident was an injury accident, someone driving into the stream. The proximity to the county highway with 3,000 vehicles a day is a concern. We have a very similar structure on Rock Creek in Marion Township that we're not looking at. The idea that folks on Clinton Dam can get to this in a minute and a half, and if they're lost, if this were open to travel, that's the concern that we've got. So I hope that gives you enough to work with, and I apologize for bringing an issue that's going to be a hard decision, maybe not full support. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Chad. Questions? No questions. We'll open it up to public comment. Anybody here for public comment on this item?
My name is Ron Rice. I live at 1022 East 1000 Road. I'm an agricultural producer in Douglas County. I currently farm on North 1076 Road that you are considering tearing out the low water bridge. The property sits between two low water bridges. Last month, you approved the designation of minimum maintenance and put locks on the gate, closing access to the property. Landlords and tenants on the road agreed to be given keys, and we can live with that. However, a few weeks later, we received a letter stating that Public Works was requesting to remove the low water bridge. From agricultural producers' viewpoint, this is not acceptable. I farm 100 acres that is on this road. During the planting season in spring and fall harvest, I access this property from the intersection of East 1000 and North 1075 Road. If the bridge is removed, it would require me to access it through East 1135 Road. The route would require the larger farm equipment would travel east on 1000 Road for 5 miles. Farm machinery accidents are common in Kansas, as most motorists are not familiar with farm machinery and are impatient in their travels. As a result of this, we try to find the least traveled road to use, and the bridge you are considering tearing out is one of these roads. We can work with the minimum maintained road designation and the closed gates. However, I request that the bridge not be torn out. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? Anyone online?
Got 2 people online. We're going to move Connie Flory into the panel. Connie, you'll need to accept the invitation to move into the panel. Okay, Connie. Oh, there she goes. Connie, you are in the panel. You can come off mute and please provide your name and Douglas County address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Connie. You're off. Looks like you're off mute. Connie, are you able to provide public comment? Commissioners, we'll move the next person in and see if Connie can figure out her issues. The next person is Lee. Or Lay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lei Chung. I live on the 1029 East 1135 Road. So we have concerns with the fact that our power lines, Evergy lines go through between the gates, and with the flooding and when it rains, the power goes out. And then so we will be lowest on priority with those gates. And Evergy would have to wait for somebody to get there, and that could be, and then it could be really bad, and then the Public Works would have to clear everything first. So we could be out of power for 4 to 5 days. So that's our concern there with having those gates up there. Unless you guys are gonna have Evergy, put their power lines the other way, when that's gonna cost money as well.
Anything else? Okay, thank you for your public comment. We'll try Connie again.
Connie, you're in the panel. You can come off mute and provide your public comment. Connie,
Oh, she came off mute.
Connie, you're off mute. You can provide your public comment.
Sorry, Connie, if you're talking, we cannot hear you. Okay. Thank you.
I spoke with Connie and I know she was not going to be able to, she was going to be in a vehicle. So that may be the issue.
Thanks, Chad. Okay, we'll bring it back up to the commission for further discussion, questions or motions.
Chad, can you speak to the event of a power outage and access for any utility, but in the example we heard in public comment, Evergy, what would access through the gates look like for them?
So the gates, keep them out now from an area that's about 0.6 miles long, and the water crossing itself is a very short piece of that. So if they need to get in there, the roads are still going to be there from both ends. It's just that they can't go through the creek and back out. So in the event of an issue, they would come from the west, circle all the way back around from the east, work both sides, similar to a lot of their operations. I think the comment was that during a flood event, there would be a loss of power. The stream crossing does not help them if that's the case. So, and I did email Westar and Evergy and, asked them if they had any concerns, and I just didn't hear a response.
And we've certainly had other minimum maintenance roads where access, gates, you mentioned that other examples of where gates go up on property, and depending on whether or not that might inhibit immediate access to a power line. But we know those gates have the information for Public Works and the Sheriff's Department, who would be able to respond in the event that access beyond a gate was needed, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And it just occurred to me, there are a lot of power lines that are run on private property.
Mhm.
So access to those is something that Westar and Evergy historically have been able to deal with.
Do we have, you mentioned one other low water crossing, the Rock Creek one. Are there any others that in your memory and time here we have removed for similar issues? Does this one kind of stand out because of its age and the wear and tear, or have there been any others that we've removed in recent years or decades?
Sure, there have been probably a dozen created by the construction of Clinton Lake, and those over time have just gone out of use. And I don't know specifically of the last time we removed one through a process. The reason that this one is coming up is its proximity to traffic and the city limits and the park. And the one at Rock Creek is way out there. You got to be on gravel for 4 miles before you get to it. And it's very obvious when you're back there, you're out in the wild and woolly roads that aren't maintained as to that level.
I don't have any other questions right now.
And make the comment that I know this road pretty well, and when I drive through there, I'm always surprised, given the great quality of Douglas County infrastructure overall and roads, that it's made it this long. I know we look at bridges, especially with like rated for certain pounds or widths or something. This probably predates a lot of that, and it's a low water crossing with a tube. Is there a weight limit? Is there anything posted for it, or just a practical limit, or even a width? I myself couldn't imagine bringing farm equipment over the west crossing of that road.
There's no weight limit. Certainly with the geometry, there's a concern on long vehicles or trailers. And there's a concern with large vehicles if there's an opposing vehicle approaching because of the limited sight distance. So on a buried structure, though, there's never a weight limit. It's usually the span of the bridges that we need a weight concern. But this one would continue to carry traffic. It's just going to fall apart very soon.
I'd say like the quality of the edges of that structure always seemed pretty dicey.
It meets no standards, and you raise a good point. We're looking all the time at improving safety on the roadsides and on high-speed roads. And, you know, we're really creating driver expectations nowadays that there are a lot of drivers out there that would never expect to see something like this in front of them. And so that's kind of the concern. Maybe 40 years ago, that's no big deal, but things have changed.
We have kind of a general price for what a rated structure would look like for there, a bridge of some sort, probably not be quite at that location, but nearby, straighten out the road, of 300 to 500,000. Is that what I heard you say?
If we were to put in a low water crossing
Low water crossing.
to meet current standards. So
Okay.
as soon as we tear this one out and start working on it, the last time it was worked on was a whole other time, different permit requirements. We basically are stuck. We can't go in there. It's either got to just fall apart and be closed or be removed, or we're going to need to go through a full-on project.
So between that and the additional staff time that it takes to maintain it and, well, not even maintain it, but to just keep it open and mine gates and such, that seems like an additional burden. Like the low-hanging fruit here is still quite expensive to keep this open, it sounds.
The continual maintenance is a cost, yes, and to keep it open past 5 years is a significant cost. So we're in a cost to benefit to risk analysis here, which is not normal. You know, normally it's just, is it worth the money? But at this point, we're looking at, is it worth the money and is it worth the risk?
I just want to frame up our decision here real quick. So we made it a minimum maintenance road. Then staff came and said they'd like to put gates on it because that's what they agreed with the landlords. Is that correct? And now we're suggesting pulling it out altogether.
We pushed the gates with the full intention that someday the structure needs to come out. It was an immediate step based on road safety. We pushed it. It's our decision, and the landowners were okay with the gates as long as they had keys. So this is initiated on our side.
So less than a month after the gates being there, we now think it's right to tear it out. Is that what we're saying?
Well, the gates are preventing further public access.
Okay.
If we just stay with that, then, you know, there's not a road safety concern.
Okay.
And farm equipment can go through the crossing. Question is, what does this look like in 5 years when it, say, washes out or collapses? Or should we go to the work of rebuilding it? Should we spend capital improvement dollars on rebuilding it?
Just gonna follow up on that. With a minimum maintenance designation, can it be as it is? User beware kind of thing?
It can. I mean, 31 square miles of drainage is a very significant stream. It's bigger than anything in the city of Lawrence. And, you know, I was out there in 2019 and saw the water levels, and they exceeded the 100-year floodplain, which at that point is 16 feet above the road. So even farm equipment, you know, going in there either during rain or not is a concern, because if we've cleared it all out, but something's undermined it, you know, I mean, it's going to continue to be something we have to work and evaluate and process and revisit. And I did get a call from Connie, and she had spoken to me several times on the phone, and she's not happy. So she's opposed to the gates. And you know, they've got, from where they are, they're in a residential area that's east of there. So now they've got a 1.75 miles north on the paved road to get to a county route, as opposed to having a secondary option of winding through the stream on gravel and get to a paved route a half mile away. So my feeling is that they're being served, and that the cost benefit risk is not working out to keep it there for that purpose. So the gates, I think, are a bare minimum at this point. So if you all feel like there's too much in play here and unknowns and concerns, you know, we can keep the gates, we can let the structure sit, and we'll come back and revisit this. We can, you know, see how it looks in 3 years. Is the pipe starting to go? What's going on with it? As long as traffic is off of it, we've addressed the concern. But again, this meeting, I kind of saw the opportunity to hear about the gates too. And I really want kind of some consensus that the gates should stay. And, you know, the resolution could even be amended to keep the gates. And the gates have been authorized. You could pass a resolution to say that the gates shall remain in place.
Do we need did we do a resolution to put the gates in the first place? I guess I'm asking if we would need to do that again,
Maybe not.
if we're trying to set.
It was done on consent, so
Okay. We could certainly do a resolution if that's what the commission wishes.
What is the minimum maintenance? What does minimum maintenance look like in something with low water crossings? So even, you know, roads wise, there's really not a lot of maintenance generally on minimum maintenance roads, and that would be more of a township question. I realize the county comes in because of the low water crossing or bridge or other structure, but what's the minimum that is acceptable?
If the gates are there, then the minimum is that we'll only go out there after we know that it's flooded badly and we probably have debris all over the top of it. And we won't be rushing out there the day after. We'll be going within a week or two. If it's harvest season, probably sooner. Minimum maintenance refers to the road, not the crossing. The crossing has always been minimum. Minimum, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, we'll have to continue to do it, but with the gates, it pulls the pressure off of us. The gates are nice because the sheriff now is not thinking about this during a weather event.
So commissioners, I'll just sort of put my cards down because I think we need to get to a decision on this. I think we have a responsibility for safety on a Douglas County road. And I'm convinced through the number of conversations we've had on this, that if we don't have gates there, we have a safety hazard there. I went out and drove it before we had the gates just to see what that's like. And I can see, you know, certainly if you're a neighbor there, you know that it exists, but if you're not, that is a very treacherous piece of road. So, you know, if the other commissioners want to pull out the gates, it'll be a 2-to-1 thing maybe, but I'm not willing to pull out the gates now. Maybe we need to say, like, we'll look at the bridge again in 3 years and determine whether to pull the bridge out. I could be convinced of that, but I just want to put out first that I'm not really interested in removing the gates.
This is Commissioner Reed, I would agree with that. And I think that's a given to me. It's made perfect sense to me and had an expectation that gates would go up after we had our longer discussion about the minimum maintenance road. Also familiar with this road, and full disclosure to any landowners and neighbors there, my friends and I used to go hang out at that low river crossing because it was fun to play in the creek, and but it was completely dangerous and a place that we just happened upon because it was so close to the dam, to your point earlier, Chad. You know, we kind of found it easily for that reason, and it was a fairly popular hangout spot, I feel like. So I can appreciate that it attracts some more traffic that is not local traffic and it is not prepared for that level. So I think that the gates are a definite need. Candidly could go either way on the low water crossing being removed currently. I do think that there's pretty significant environmental impacts that are noted in your report about what that has done to the stream banks currently in terms of erosion, aquatic wildlife passage. So I have an interest in wanting to sort of correct that and restore some of that. But I could be convinced that there's not an immediate need for that because we've really mitigated a lot of the risk in, you know, this sort of equation that you're considering, Chad, and your department. And like you acknowledged, has relieved some pressure for both your department and also the sheriff's department in terms of that being an automatic top problem spot during certain situations. So I think it's weighing the benefit of removing it purposefully versus letting it get worse and getting to a point where it's impassable, and then we have to remove it in like a disaster cleanup way rather than a purposeful way. So that's sort of what I'm weighing in my head, but I would agree that the gates are a given to me at this point.
I agree that the gates are a safety feature, and especially if nearby landowners have a key for access they might need, especially farm access. I don't see the immediate need of removing the low water crossing, but I do see that we might come back to that in 3 years and look at it and cost analysis there. I also do not see the need to spend the money to improve it to a modern standard. I think at this point, because there is another access, just county dollars for the amount of traffic that could or should or would ever be on that road, 300,000 to 500,000 is pretty steep for that. So that's where I would be, that the gates remain, but the low water crossing as it currently is also remain for the next 3 years, and then we revisit that.
Chad, can you speak to a little bit? And I don't expect you to have hard and fast numbers, but in your experience, the sort of difference between intentionally and sort of proactively removing something versus reacting to a disaster and a total structural failure?
I don't see a significant difference in this
Okay.
case. I think if it was a bridge or something, you know, an existing bridge, you've got something to work with.
Mhm.
But this would be a jackhammer it out kind of situation either way. So I think it works both ways.
Okay.
So Commissioners, I'm going to make a motion to create a resolution. It sounds like we need to do that. Chad, you seem to think that
I think maybe not. You've voiced publicly your opinions. What do you think, Sarah?
I don't think it requires a resolution. If you would like one, we could certainly do so.
We have a formal resolution for the gates, which is just a technical thing. And you've supported that
Right.
twice now. So
I don't know that another resolution.
Right.
And from a 3-year check-in, I don't know that we need a resolution to do that as
right,
staff.
we could just say
You
we
can
direct staff to bring this, you know, to continue to monitor that low water crossing
Okay.
and to come back to us in 3 years' time and give us a report on the safety and the environmental impacts of that low water crossing, at which time we can decide whether to pull it out or not. But I think that also gives our neighbors a little bit of time to recognize, you know, to see what's happening here. I guess that's where I am if other commissioners are comfortable with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we need any action then.
Yeah, there's no action.
Right,
there, right.
correct. All right, I'm gonna
I
move.
want to check in with commissioners. It's 7:45. Do we want to keep on trucking through TBUs? Or do we need to take a break? Okay, we're good. All right, we'll move on to a temporary business use permit from Jessica Keck at Evergy to a laydown yard located at 1805 East 200 Road through December 31st, 2026. And Carl is here.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Carl Bauer. I'm the County Planner with the Zoning and Codes Department. Before you is a temporary business use request from Evergy for a laydown yard. The laydown yard is related to the rebuilding of a transmission line from Shawnee County into Douglas County and other projects that Evergy is working on in the western portion of Douglas County. The subject property where the laydown yard is to be located is addressed as 1805 E200 Road. That's on E200 Road, just south of Highway 40, about 1.5 miles southeast of Big Springs and 2 miles northwest of Stull. This is within 3 miles of the city of Lecompton, and we did reach out to them for comment, and they didn't have anything either for or against it. The property is zoned Ag 2. The property owner is Right Way Solutions LLC, which is a landscaping and snow plowing business. You'll be seeing a CUP application from them in the next few weeks or months related to the future use of this property after the temporary business use permit has expired. The subject property is 5 acres in size. The laydown yard is located on 3 of those acres. So what is a laydown yard? It's a place where construction materials and vehicles are stored during a project. So specific to this project, it'll be items related to the construction of a transmission line and the vehicles related to that as well. All of the activity is set to take place during daylight hours. Related to the zoning code, laydown yards are required to get a temporary business use permit. Evergy has gotten these types of permits from Douglas County in the past and in other jurisdictions. I have a copy of that permit here with me, the most recent one. So a little bit about the property. This property previously was used as a single family residence, but as I mentioned, it's been purchased by that landscaping company. And it also used to be covered in trees and brush. The trees and brush have mostly been cleared and the property has been covered in gravel, and there has been some commercial activity taking place there related to the laydown yard so far. I can talk about that more in a minute. The gravel that's been placed there is intended to remain after the decommissioning of the laydown yard and will be able to be used by the property owner after the laydown yard has been removed. And as I mentioned, the CUP is currently pending for the future use of the property by that landscaping company. So again, where is the property? It's located on E200 Road, just south of Highway 40. Big Springs is right here. Then an aerial view of the property. This is before the trees are removed. This is the most recent aerial image I have. This was taken in March of last year. So you can see that most of the property was covered in trees. And here's the applicant's site plan showing the area where the laydown yard is located and where some job trailers and storage will be located. So in reviewing this request, we look at a number of factors. Are there any adverse impacts on the natural environment and nearby properties? Environmental reviews aren't required for temporary business use. No permanent structures are being proposed as part of this request. The property isn't within the floodplain and there are no wetlands present on the property. The applicant has stated that the traffic increases as a result of the laydown yard will be minimal and that all construction vehicle traffic will be during daylight hours. Construction vehicles and equipment will make some noise during the operation of the laydown yard, mainly that beeping sound from reversing vehicles. And because the activity has already been taking place, there have been some residents that have complained about the sound and the visual impact of removing those trees. We've also had several residents complain about the dust from the construction vehicles. Also looking at public gain, we haven't identified a substantial gain or loss to the public. This laydown yard is related to the rebuilding of that transmission line. The subject property is on a road maintained by the county. A new entrance and culvert was installed, and they will need a permit for that from Public Works. And surrounding and nearby properties are mainly developed with scattered single-family residences and farms. There's also a plant nursery and a water tower nearby. We did send out letters relating to this request. Laydown yards are processed as TBUs, as I mentioned. They don't require planning commission consideration. We sent notification to all of the landowners within a half a mile. That was on April 26th. We sent out 31 of those letters. We routed this to several agencies. Public Health didn't raise any concerns. The city of Lecompton asked if this was related to the solar facility that you recently approved. I reached out to Evergy with that question and they said it was not connected to that facility. And Public Works mentioned that they'll need to get that entrance permit. We've also had several rural landowners reach out to us with questions and concerns about the laydown yard. So staff has visited this site several times over the last few months. This was taken on a snowy day back in March. You can see that there was some activity taking place there. Gravel had already been laid down and the trees had been removed. This was in April. You can see there were some vehicles there and there's some piles of gravel. And then this was just last week. You can see the gate is there. So with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions that the approval is for a laydown yard only. No external lighting is being approved. Proof of an insurance policy needs to be submitted to zoning codes. The regulations set forth in the nuisance code need to be continually followed, and all applicable rules and regulations shall be continually followed. One additional condition that we'd like to add that several residents brought up to us is that they'd like there to be a dust control condition added to this. So I have that on there for you as well. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, commissioners?
So Carl, East 200, which is also 1025 County Highway, that is an improved gravel road, right? So that is a county road, but it is gravel and not
Correct.
paved. Thank you.
It's
East
E200 road. Yep.
1025 road.
So we'll take public comment here in a little
Yes,
bit. Thank you.
1023.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Another follow-up question for Carl. How much gravel or what area of gravel is typically allowed, or is that even something that's talked about in an agricultural area? Like in town, we talk about how much of the area is impervious surface. And it seems like out of 5 acres, 3 acres being gravel is significant for something that is zoned ag. Is there some point where it crosses over from being something that requires a temporary business use when the gravel itself is not intended to be temporary? There's supposed to be another request that comes after that. What's the threshold?
I don't believe we have any impervious surface requirements in the county zoning code. That's something you find more in cities. I do know that the applicant has gone through some stormwater design and they may be able to answer those questions more.
Am I right to flag this as something unusual? That a 5 acre property would have 3 acres of gravel and be zoned agricultural?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that we have signed, yes.
Thanks.
Carl, what's your definition of temporary?
The temporary business use regulations do not have a specific definition of temporary. So that's up to the discretion of your body.
So we're being asked to approve a temporary business use permit that's for 3.5 years. Is that correct? And it's going to be followed by a CUP. That's going to be for a different use of this site, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Kelly, it's like you could see inside my brain. That was my question too. And also just want to, it's an intensive use, I would say, for 3.5 years, specifically versus some other, there are other examples of temporary business use permits that I think are maybe upwards of 5 years, but it's the placement of a device on a piece of land and then no coming and go. It's not a very intense, extremely low impact use by comparison. So I guess I'm curious to try and understand the rationale behind it. Well, maybe it's just that laydown yards historically are go to the TBU side versus a CUP, but would you say that a 3.5 year timeframe for a laydown yard is a little unusual?
I'm not sure about the time frame
Okay.
being unusual. I know some of them have gone on for a couple years in the past. I'm not sure how long the last one was for. That one was for 2 years.
Okay. So I'm also curious if you can talk to us about what you talked throughout your presentation about a number of neighbor complaints and concerns that have been brought your direction. 2 questions. Did you become aware of this site and the use that was occurring on the site because of complaints received from the neighbor, or because of being contacted by the company for an application?
Both. We became aware of when the trees were being removed by one of the neighbors. The applicant reached out to us several months ago asking about the process. But it was relatively recently that we received a complete application.
And by the time you received a request about starting the process and beginning the application, the work that they were requesting to do had already begun, correct?
We asked them to hold off on removing the trees until after the permit had been approved.
Okay. And then that didn't happen. Were there other examples of asking for any like paused or stopped work while we went through this permitting process?
Our office asked several times for a pause on that work. I'm not aware of any other applications specifically from this applicant where we've asked to stop work like that.
Okay. And then can you speak to, and this is a question I intend to ask the applicant too once we hear from them, but based on your knowledge, Carl, what's unique about utility companies and their very varied requests for land use based on utility permissions that they have gotten from the KCC? Can you speak a little bit to that and what your knowledge
Sure.
of that
So-
process is?
What you're considering here, and for the next application too, are both for laydown yards. They're not for the specific activity that they're relating to. So this laydown yard is for a transmission line. The next laydown yard you're going to be hearing about is for a natural gas pipeline. Both of those are not regulated by zoning, but the laydown yards are. Those are regulated at the state and federal level.
And I guess to clarify further, Carl, the county does not have an ability to regulate those uses. So we don't have an ability to regulate ever transmission lines nor gas pipelines.
Thank you, Sarah. That's all the questions I have for right now.
Recap a couple of things we heard from Commissioner Reed. So the use began, whether or not they knew they needed a TBU. It was, you let the applicant know that they needed a TBU and that they should halt. They did not. And that conversation happened several times. And they've also put in a culvert, which is not allowed without going through the engineering design. Every homeowner in the rural area knows this, whether that's on a township road or a county road. At what point, I mean, that would still have to go back to engineering, but this seems blatant. And I normally am in favor of getting people back into compliance. This seems blatant and known. And that seems unusual to me for a use that's needed somewhere. And I recognize that, but I'm a little uncomfortable.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. If you'd like to provide public comment.
I'd like to point out that the applicant is here and they do have a presentation.
Very good. My bad. Thank you. We'll ask the applicant to come on up.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jessica Keck with Evergy, and I'm going to fall on my sword a little bit. I have been doing permitting for Evergy for the entire territory for 5-6 years. This is the only county. I know Butler County had said that they do it as well. We did a conditional use permit for Butler County because it was a permanent laydown yard. Had been there for 5 or 6 years. No other counties have ever required anything like this. So we would select a site, work with the landowner, get a permit for the entrance normally, almost always get a permit for the entrance if it's required, and then continue on with our laydown yard for our transmission line. So on that side, that is my fault. Whenever we started talking to the county about the entrance, we had found out that we needed a TBU. So while we were determining if we needed the TBU or if, you know, what regs applied and didn't apply to transmission lines, because the KCC regulates certain parts of transmission lines. So we were having constant conversations with Tanya and Carl's office through this period. At the same time, we also have it's called a 4D rule with the Fish and Wildlife Service. So the northern long-eared bat was up for candidacy. We knew there was a time frame. We'd worked out some timeframes on this 4D rule for the northern long-eared bat to remove trees prior to March 31st. So while we were talking with the county as well, and we let them know that we were proceeding with removing the trees and doing this work because it was already contracted. We'd already worked it out through Fish and Wildlife Service. So that was going on while we were trying to work out the whole KCC regulations for transmission lines versus we understand CUPs for substations. Get that 100%. So it was working through that process at the same time we were working through the compliance with the Fish and Wildlife and the northern long-eared bat. We have not stored material on that laydown yard. We are working on the entrance permit. I think we needed another
Yeah, so I think
couple items for that to finish up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Commissioners Chris Carey, I saw you guys last week. I've been supporting Evergy on this project as well from the very beginning. Our conversations with Carl started in February, and like Jessica said, there were numerous communications between my office, my staff, and Tanya Voigt. And unfortunately, I don't think Carl was on all of those, so there may be a lack of communication there in terms of what was going on. But in terms of the entrance, we've had conversations with Public Works. They understand what we're doing. The real issue that we need to figure out in terms of that entrance is, can it be a permanent entrance or does it just need to be a temporary? They effectively gave us verbal approval for the temporary entrance in that location. We know we need to get the permit submitted. I apologize for that. But we know we need to submit a permit for that. That was something that was going to be worked out the entire time. It's just a matter of how things came together with construction versus permitting and all of that. So hopefully that provides a little bit of context in terms of what we were looking at and how we were trying to accomplish this. We weren't trying to circumvent or shortcut any of the county's rules. In fact, our emails say exactly the opposite, that we want to try to find a game plan to make this work to satisfy Evergy's needs from a construction timeline, from a protection of endangered species standpoint, and also while working with Tanya and Carl and their team to get this done.
To further complicate my thinking behind it and the issues behind why we continued on, why we had questions about whether or not we have another laydown yard. It's on a different property. It doesn't need a permit. So it's in Douglas County. It's zoned different. So found that out. So it definitely wasn't circumvention. That's not how I work. That's not how I operate. So I want to apologize for that to all you guys. It's not what we're doing. It's, I deal with counties all the way to Salina to Hutch and then to the north and south border of the state. And this is the one county that requires this. So it was an oversight. And on that one, I apologize. We don't have equipment stored there. We have the fence up, we have the gates up. It's sitting with rock in it right now. We don't anticipate equipment showing up, equipment and transmission poles and stuff like that showing up till I believe the summer of 24. And then we actually plan on being out of there by the summer of 25. I know the application says 26. We will be out of there hopefully by the summer of 25. I mean, obviously weather dependent and all that stuff. The actual transmission line construction side of it will take about 6 months. So the yard will be receiving some material just because of timing and lead times on everything is crazy right now. So we'll get some material to be stored there. The actual work will start and it'll only take about 6 months to be done. I do have a presentation. Carl covered most of what we did and I probably can't find it. So.
You're welcome to show it if you want. We have it in our packet.
Okay.
And I think, like you said, I just have a question, like,
Uh-huh.
this is a lay down yard for a transmission line. How far away is the transmission line from this lay down yard?
You know, and it extends, I mean, it's a very long transmission line and it's, about a
I
mile.
have a map I can show you too.
Yeah. And we try to find ones that are central to obviously to the transmission line. It's less distance to carry. And as far as the dust control, we'd already talked about on the way here, we're more than willing to do dust control from the entrance up to Highway 40.
Maybe a rephrase on Commissioner Kelly's question. What's the greatest distance that they are going to have to travel, that you're going to have to travel from the laydown yard to either end of the transmission line? Like how many miles are we talking about truck travel along the route of whatever that transmission line is?
So we would go down by Clinton Lake is the end of it, correct? Yeah. We have a team.
Good evening, Aaron Spur with Evergy. I'm the project manager for the transmission construction. So
Make sure you talk right into that microphone.
the work entails basically from the Stoll area. We have a switching station just northeast of Stoll. That's where the project will begin, and it goes all the way to what we refer to as Mockingbird Hill, which is around the youth softball field, playing fields on the kind of southeast or southwest portion of Lawrence. So it's about a 5-mile transmission line that we will be rebuilding. This laydown yard, its location provides access to Stoll, but also provides access to a lot of the, like I said, the transmission structures and access points that we already have negotiated with those landowners. So it's definitely a good proximity for the work.
Did I get at your original question, Commissioner Kelly? Why ask for such a long temporary business use when you told us that you don't anticipate any equipment storage? I mean, it seems like some very early work to do. And honestly, that sounded like it was in a bit of a rush based on the fact that it was in progress. You didn't pause once you realized the permitting application process was necessary. And now you're telling us that it's ready, more or less, prepped and ready for equipment storage and transmission poles, but you won't have those for another year.
So the rush, it was a rush. It was when we found the property. It was for the 4D rule for the northern long-eared bat and to remain in compliance with that side of it. It was tree removal. And then when the crews were on there doing the tree removal, they did because it's the same crews, they did the leveling in the rock, put the gates up and then left. So it was all pushed for the 4D rule for the northern long-eared bat. So that was a rush side of it.
Okay.
You're correct.
Gotcha.
And
But
it's gonna
still
sit-
not planning to really start using it until next summer and for no more than a year, it
Correct.
sounds like.
And the rock, if the CUP for the landowner that I think he's going to submit within the next month or so, we don't coordinate with that on him at all, with him on that at all. If that doesn't go through, or for some reason, it doesn't get approved, then we'll remove the rock and take the gate out and take the entrances out. So that's our use is temporary. And we would be responsible for removing all the stuff if he didn't get the use.
So then that leads me to a question for Carl. How do you feel like that's captured in the conditions that if the potential CUP use is not approved for any reason and it remains only used for this, do we have any conditions that would say removal of rock and any sort of decommissioning efforts would be required?
That's a condition that you could add. So should the CUP, I don't know the file number, it's been submitted recently, but should that CUP be denied, then gravel would be removed. I think that would be within your purview.
And then if we remove gravel, we would not leave it as bare soil. We would replant it, reseed it to restore it.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Not for the applicant, but clarifying question for staff about the culvert and the entrance permit. It sounds like that's the permitting piece for that may still be in progress. And I know, Carl, that's not exactly your department, but what's your awareness of the status of that and whether the culvert and entrance is to county specs?
I know that that's in progress. Chad, do you know anything more about that?
Oh, Chad's still with us. Can we pull you in, please? because in reading the application, I read that as, that Public Works would be coming out and providing specifications based on the specific site and slope and all of those factors, giving those specifications to the applicant and then hearing back. So just help me understand where you see us at in that.
Okay, so it's similar to any time that somebody requests a culvert on our roads. This is a county route, so we're the permitting authority. And generally, we look at site distance, we look at the drainage, the pipe sizes, all that stuff, give them guidance on what should be built, and then they build it at their cost. We inspect it. And on this one, I think it was that call that initiated kind of some of Carl's work. And I don't know the exact current status of the entrance, but I think maybe it's waiting to hear what's happening on the other issues that are happening before we actually do any more work on it.
But as far as you know, that Public Works, the county was able to provide the specifications ahead of construction of that entrance and culvert. Maybe we're still in progress of affirming.
I believe that we did not get
Okay.
to them before it was built.
Okay.
I think we reviewed what had been done and didn't feel, I mean, we can go out and remove it or tell them, get it
Mhm.
out by tomorrow if we need to, and we didn't feel that was necessary based on what's been done.
Okay. Thanks, Chad. I appreciate it.
Hey, Chad, don't go too far. Is there a difference between the requirements for a temporary entrance versus a permanent entrance in terms of design?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. Thank you. We may have some questions for you later.
I figured I might come back up later. Thank you.
I just have a couple comments and I'm sure a lot of other people, Kent Wingert. I live directly across the road from this address. Couple of major concerns that I have is for number one, there is a minimum frontage that you're allowed to, or you have to have to put a culvert in and an entrance to your property. For an example, 2 years ago, when I built a shop, I wanted to put a second driveway in and I was denied because I didn't have enough frontage. And I have more frontage than that property has. So I would like to know how it is that they got that extra entrance because I would have liked to have had it. Number two, what is a CUP?
So a CUP is a conditional use permit. It's another type of application.
Okay. Okay, well, okay, so my other comment is, this is an application for this laydown yard. But it's already done. It's been done for a month, probably. So I don't see how it's an application when it's already done. All that they're missing that I can tell is a portable building or temporary building on the back part of it, but everything else has been done for a little bit. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Cheryl McLean, and we are directly across from this too. First of all, the irony of getting an open spaces survey in the mail for Douglas County after all this grassland, tree land and everything had been destroyed and hundreds of trucks of rock have been brought in there. There's no way this is ever going back to anything but a rock lot. Anyhow, they started work early in March. I called April 13th to talk to Carl about what was going on there. At the time, I was told it was going to be a lay down lot. I know the landowner that bought the land. I don't know him, but I know he also works for Evergy on the site. So this was all decided long before probably the land was ever even bought. I was told early on that there'd be no lights added to this. And now on the thing here that we were all sent out, it says any lighting will be directed inside the fence line. Well, first of all, I'd like to know how that works. If you've ever been near a football field or anything and they can direct it away, but that doesn't stop the light everywhere else. Out in the country, we usually all have down lights that we pay our monthly fees for. And there's no controlling anyway those directions. You can't control the directions of the lights. So now I'm not sure if we're getting no lighting or if we're getting lighting that will be directed away. So that's a question I have. 33 months or what? I mean, they're saying it's going to be less than 33 months. But I didn't know what happens if it goes over that. Did they have to do another CUP or what goes on there? Okay, it's a double wide culvert. It was put in long ago and completed before any fencing, anything else. And it says that they will leave trees on all sides. Well, the trees they left were topped out invasive honeysuckle, which is not really considered a tree. So when they do pull the culvert, because we see it's temporary, I would request that they have to plant trees along that where they destroyed years of trees. Dust control would be nice. Paving it would be even better. They talk of dust control from there to Highway 40. That's a half a mile back to Highway 40, but the work is south of there, about a mile to a mile and a half. So that dust control is not the right direction.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Okay. And grade the road more, please. Because there'll be a lot of turns right in front of our house.
My name is Patricia Kerner and I live right across the road down about 250 feet from this entrance. My question is, how did they get away with doing all of this work and everything before anybody knew about it? Second one is, there's supposed to be a business that is, I guess, applying for a permit or whatever to go in after this. And that is agricultural out there. Why is the business on that road at all? Sorry, I can't read without my glasses and I left it up there. I'm just upset with the whole thing, to put it mildly, because it was, thank you. And why weren't we, basically, why wasn't any of this brought to any of our attentions before any of it ever started? if Douglas County is going to regulate things here, then something ought to be done with the regulations. And I guess that's it.
Hi, my name is Pam Winger. I live directly across as well. Couple of things. The owners who purchased the land are actually using that as a business. So that would be my question is how are they allowed to use what I believe is zoned residential as a business? I have on several occasions been able to watch lots of vehicles over there loading mowers, trailers on, so they're using and they're storing into the shop that they have there. So they are using this as a business and one of their employees lives in the house. The other thing is that if we didn't have enough frontage road, but yet you go ahead and allow them to keep their culvert, what does that say to the rest of us as a resident? Because we'd love to put in another drive area in our property. And then I know my neighbor to the north of me, she was not allowed to sell some of her property because she didn't have enough frontage road as well. So you're denying us things, but allowing other people to do it. So that's my biggest concerns. And then the other issue is, again, we have lots of traffic that's going on there, especially when they were building all of that. So that's a big concern for the rest of us. We have grandkids that come over. We all have our lives to live, but there is much more traffic, especially since the owners are using it as a business right now, which is, I believe, zoned as residential and not business. So I'd really like for you to really consider hard at not approving this and having them pull the culvert because they do not have enough frontage road.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Chelsea Hayden, and I am actually not connected to the project at all. I don't live anywhere near it, but I am concerned with the process. So as I was reading through the agenda tonight, I was trying to figure out, and I think Commissioner Kelly, you hit the nail on the head, what is temporary? And I went through the statute. And Carl's correct. There isn't anything that identifies a specific time. But if we start to think about precedent, right? And what are we setting? What are we saying is temporary? I understand why maybe something in the long term, less intense might make sense. But if we look at this project, I don't see how what they've done isn't temporary. So they have removed topsoils that are of prime farmland and statewide significance. And I haven't heard them say what they've done with them. And it's my understanding that there's no reclamation project planned, right? Because it didn't go through the formal process. So that was never evaluated or required. And then they have removed trees. I'm not familiar enough with the land to know if they were mature trees, but they've removed trees that were specifically they did it specifically to try to get around saving what they knew was about to become an endangered species. All of that seems incredibly permanent to me. And so I just don't see how this gets approved under a temporary process, especially because if we think about a temporary process compared to the other process, there's a lot less standards, lower standards, and less public process that's involved in this. So the reason that we have temporary business uses is for things that aren't going to do exactly what this project is doing so that people can weigh in and so that it can be stopped before it's actually the damage is done. So whether there's equipment there now or not, the damage has been done. And I just wanted to really actually come up with a question more than anything, which is how do we define temporary? But from our discussion tonight, I think maybe we haven't decided that yet. And so I would just ask you to think about that in the ruling of this and at least explain to us why this would be allowed to be a permanent versus somebody else going through the permanent process. And I don't think stacking a TBU and a CUP in this order is the proper way to go about it procedurally. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anyone online? And we'll give the applicant a chance to respond.
Do I need to state my name again? Okay. Sometimes I do. I'm going to respond to a couple of the comments. I'll just kind of go in order. There will be no lighting. The lighting was mentioned because I think it was a standard or a question on the application about lighting. And we said, if there's any, it's going to be pointed away. Typically what we do for substations as well, but obviously this isn't a substation. There will be no lighting. There's no lighting currently. We don't need lighting. If security becomes a concern, we'll reach out and have a conversation prior to. The application was sent the end of February to the county. At the same time, we had started talking about the culvert as well. Like I had mentioned, we were in a hurry and it wasn't to avoid the species. It was, we did a biological survey for the bat. The trees that were removed were hedge and cedar mainly, and some locusts. So mainly invasive species or trees that they wouldn't live in anyway. We still had that timeline. We still needed to get them out. We didn't remove topsoil. We graded the area. The topsoil stayed. We added rock to the top of it. So we do this quite frequently. We restore them quite frequently. It's every transmission line is going to have a laydown yard. So this is common practice for Evergy. They get restored. They get restored. You can't tell there was one there. That's what's going to happen with this one. This project needs to be separate from the CUP. I know, we don't have any involvement in the CUP that's being submitted. This is our temporary laydown yard. We have the long time frame because sometimes budget issues happen. Sometimes projects get pushed. We enter into longer leases because of those reasons. So we don't have to enter into another lease. Typically, we wouldn't build it prior to needing it. Like I said, this one had trees. We had the bat survey. We had that. I've answered that a couple times. We will be only actively using it for about 6 months, maybe a year total when you count equipment coming and sitting. I mean, you'll have a load and then you'll sit and then you'll have a load. So, you want to talk on the frontage road?
Yeah, in terms of the entrance, one of my staff talked to staff in Public Works. I can't tell if there's a mic or maybe it's a mic and a typo, but I was looking at my emails here just a second ago, and before we submitted our TBU application to Tanya, we had that conversation. We were talking about the very issue that was raised here is, can we have 2 permanent entrances to this property? And the feedback we got was no, you can't have 2 permanent entrances to this property because of the frontage. But they did approve the concept of a temporary entrance to allow us access to the laydown yard. And so that is very specifically the discussion that my staff had with your staff to figure out how to make that issue work. I think the other thing that's important to point out here is that when Evergy builds a laydown yard, they don't scrape the topsoil. It's still there. They're going to restore it. If the CUP doesn't go through and we remove all the rock, it's going to be a substantial and fairly costly restoration effort, but they'll go through it and they'll do what they need to get done.
One other note as well on the dust suppression. When I had mentioned from Highway 40 to the entrance in the back, we can dictate the route for our drivers too. They won't go north or south, sorry. They won't go north. If we tell them just to go from our entrance into our laydown yard, turn around and come back out the same way, that's what they'll do. It'll be part of their contract and part of their agreement with us. And if they go the other way, I'm sure we'll hear about it and it'll get taken care of. So we've had those as well on other projects. Did I forget anything that you have on your notes? And I will reiterate that our transmission line projects, from start to end, they take 5 to 6 years. So not the building of them, but the whole planning process and all that. It's a lengthy process. And dates are flexible because of that reason. So that's why you might, have a little bit of the discrepancy in the dates. The plan now is summer 24, summer 25. And active working on actually building the line for about 6 months of that time frame.
Any other questions?
I forgot to ask earlier, can you, from your perspective, just explain what that process with KCC looked like? Because I assume you went through some processes and received approvals from them before you
So
picked this spot and made it a laydown yard.
our laydown yard. So transmission lines as a whole are regulated by the KCC,
Mhm.
the rebuilding of them, the outages of them and everything.
Mhm.
So we submit, I don't know if I'm close enough. We submit the line to the KCC and all the utilities are marked on it and we get approval of that. We don't specifics like a laydown yard location aren't usually submitted. It's not something that they review. They review where all the utilities are and what we're doing to our line. If we were increasing the voltage and we were outside of our service territory, they would do that. They would review that as well. This one didn't have that issue, but we submitted it for the utilities in the area. So the KCC reviews it on that side. The integral little pieces of it are are not reviewed by the KCC.
Let me help out. The reason I'm asking is, one, there's a lot of conversations about transmission lines and utilities in general and who has authority over those. So it's an important element of the conversation. And so I just want to make sure it's clear kind of that was part of the process you had to go through, and to reiterate the point that our staff talked about earlier, that that's not the decision that's before us, is whether or not you're doing work on transmission lines. What I'm trying to garner, just for the sake of clarity, is you receive those approvals from KCC before you picked this spot and made it a laydown yard and started the application process with us.
That's all done in conjunction, but
Okay.
yes, I mean, yeah,
Okay.
so KCC is aware of the project way early, but all the permitting comes towards the end of it, and the KCC side, we're heavily regulated and there's different interest,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you
No,
off.
that's
I just-
okay.
I'm
I'm
trying
just-
to help articulate, maybe better articulate my question, but
Yeah.
also just clarify the context of the situation, which is, I suppose, are you still in a phase of pending approvals from
No.
KCC? Okay,
No, this project is almost fully permitted.
so it's green lighted,
Yes.
but it's not in your timeline, pipeline for Evergy to begin until next summer in terms of active
Correct.
use.
Yes, it
Okay.
is green lighted, permitted, ready to go, aside from this little piece right here.
Got it. All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Apologize for not understanding fluidly.
Okay, if there's no other questions, let's have a discussion about this.
I will jump in and talk a little bit about trees and the land there and its agricultural potential. When we don't take care of our pastures, they grow up like this with scrub trees and have little or no agricultural value as they are. Douglas County Conservation District, which works off of state money. There's federal money to remove trees like this. They are not something that is of value typically for habitat, certainly not for agricultural value. The removal of the trees as the trees themselves is not at all an issue to me. It's something that, City of Lawrence asks people not to remove scrub trees, and yet the county, the state, and the federal government all help pay for the removal of those to farmers to help boost the productivity of that land. Though I never like to see soils damaged. probably anybody who hears me more than once, probably hears that. The remediation of land like this, after a use like this of being gravelled and heavily used, is still far more feasible than land that goes into houses. We call houses the last crop, and yet we allow houses all over the county. That land will never be remediated. I don't know if this land will be or not. I think it will be if we ask it to be. So there's that, but there are uses that are hard on land, and this is not the most of that, though I recognize that this is new and different and hard to see in the neighborhood. This is also zoned not residential. This is zoned agriculture. There's residential allowed in agricultural zoning. There are also home businesses allowed with a permitting process in areas that are zoned agricultural. I have had a agricultural or a home business in the rural area. They're actually an important part of our economic drivers. So that's separate from this ask and this application. I just there were some questions about what's allowed and what isn't. And we'll get to the frontage, because I think that's an issue that we will need to follow up on. But in general, there are uses that are allowed, and they have a process, either a TBU, which is temporary business unit. Yeah, temporary business use. We have talked as this body about needing to have better definitions for that use. That conversation can be initiated either from the county commission or from the planning commission. That is within your purview to set that discussion and have a public discussion with staff and bring it back to a public sphere to have that conversation too. And what goes through just the county commission and what goes through the planning commission and the county commission, those are all within our codes and can be revisited as needed. With that, I'd like to, if Chad doesn't mind terribly, talk about the frontage. That is something that we regulate in terms of new driveways for homes. I wasn't aware of it being in the same way for outbuildings or other driveways for that access, but can you talk about what's needed for frontage in this kind of area with this particular road, because they're different based on different roads, and whether this complies or not?
All right, so a second entrance is allowed for ag uses. We allow field entrances for properties that have rural residences on them. But that would mean that a property has to be big enough to actually be qualified as ag. And both of the properties that were mentioned tonight are not large enough to be agricultural properties.
By both, do you mean, sorry, this is our meeting. I'll ask you if I have a question. So are you talking about, but when you say both properties, the residential property that was mentioned and also the property that we're looking at for the temporary business
Yes.
use? So
Yes.
neither of those would qualify for a second entrance.
Right.
So why are we?
I think, is it 40 acres? Is that what we consider ag for a lot of the code purposes? So we don't want multiple entrances for residences.
So how is this entrance allowed? Is it allowed? Is it not allowed?
It is not allowed permanently. When I heard it was a laydown yard, I thought 6 months, year, maybe. And it was a convenience for a utility to be able to provide services. If we had known any of this about what was occurring on the property, we probably would have said, use the residential entrance or remove the residential entrance. If it's 3 years, that's a whole different animal. So I think the fact that we didn't know any of these things changes the answer after the fact.
I guess that's kind of where I was going is, does this property need to reconfigure to have one entrance for the purposes even of this temporary time frame? And I don't know what the precedent is for that.
Well, and it's a very strange situation to have a large company occupying somebody's yard. So if we want to place that hardship to say you can only have one entrance as just precedent, then yes, that's possible. I think all of this was because it was always referred to as temporary. And so temporary means, okay, we can live with all of the adverse impacts of this situation as long as it's returned back to the way it was. And in the entrance, that's exactly the same conversation. We can live with it for a little bit, we don't want to have to maintain it. And we don't want it there permanently.
So this is not a stacked conversation. This is only about the temporary business use. But I am going to, even so, just look at that CUP also, that is not something that would ever be allowed to have two driveways on this small of a frontage because it would no longer be. temporary.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah, a CUP, if that were to follow, they're gonna have one entrance.
Thank you.
So I think we owe staff a little bit more clarity on what temporary business use is. I think we've seen a couple of these now, and when I think temporary business use permit, we've seen meteorological towers that have very little impact on the land that is there. It stood up. It does have some impact, but it doesn't require significant grading or culverts being put in. To me, I mean, what we saw in the pictures, and I didn't drive by this one, unfortunately, but it almost looks like a boat storage yard, which would require a CUP, right? And we do those. This one, in my mind, goes beyond what I think a temporary business use permit is. However, when I read the regulations, there's not something that's really clear there. So I understand why staff is bringing these to us. But, I think many of the conditions that we would put on, and we're even talking about putting conditions on a temporary business use permit. So that tells me it feels like we're going down the wrong path here. And so I want to keep my mind open and hear what other commissioners say. But right now I'm struggling with this proposal from that perspective.
Yeah, I think I would echo that and feeling it's a stuck spot. And I think we've heard that in our comments and questions. We heard that from some public comments that the lack of definition has put us in a weird spot with this one. But to me, for all the factors that you just mentioned, Commissioner Kelly, some things that really go beyond what other TBU permits have looked like. And so it's pretty significant use of the land. It's got significant impact on the nearby landowners. And even though we heard tonight that there only might be a year's worth of traffic usage, that we're being asked to issue a permit for more than 3 times that length of time. I'm struggling with that, and I'm struggling to get right with it and also think of what the alternative is exactly. And I just want to acknowledge that I appreciate the apology from the applicant. I appreciate, acknowledgement and some, from their perspective, clarification of how things progressed the way they did. But I find it pretty disappointing. And I don't think that it's a good way to do business in counties. And I don't think it's being a very good neighbor to not consider that there's high impact on the surrounding landowners, specifically based on the land use you're proposing. And while I can appreciate that Douglas County likes to be exceptional sometimes and we do things differently than other places do them, I don't think it's completely unheard of to permit uses like this. And it's, back to the kind of question, maybe the existential question of this specific item is whether or not this should even be considered a temporary business use or would be better categorized under conditional use, as we are talking about additional conditions to put on this request if we were to move towards approval. So I'm just struggling with how we got here. And I just want to offer to the applicant that in the future, a call to zoning and codes, whatever county it is, whether you find information readily available online that tells you, yes, this is something you need to apply for a permit or not, call and ask the questions. And consider talking to the neighbors around property that you either purchase or lease for something that's a pretty intensive land use, because it has impact. So those are the sort of, I guess, feelings that I'm sitting with, but just really struggling with whether or not the proposal in front of us makes sense for a few different reasons. So, but with that, I also don't know, I'm not quite in a space of knowing kind of where or how to direct staff to move forward or differently beyond this. You know, when in the example of a CUP application, if we had a conditional use permit application that would have gone through planning commission, if there were things that we as a body were not comfortable with and didn't agree with, we'd send it back to that body for some further work. So I think I'm in a place where I'm not sure where, what kind of direction we could give staff. That's kind of where my thoughts are right now.
Sarah looks like she's dying to chime in.
Commissioners, I do want to add a couple things. One, I think staff would welcome direction from the county commission to explore a text amendment, further defining what a temporary business use is. I think that is great direction you could give us. It is something staff has talked about, and it's kind of been on our list to bring to you as to how we define those things. And maybe we need some other categories that can do some of those pieces. That doesn't help us tonight, but I do think that's something that we can try to do to improve moving forward. I would say in addition to that, it's important to note that this would be considered a contractor yard, and it is not a permitted use in this zoning. So we would not accept a CUP permit for this use in this zone. I'm gonna let
A
Carl
small
correct
correction
me.
to that. Construction yards can only be permitted as a temporary business use. A more permanent contractor yard is only a permitted use in general business, light industrial, general industrial. It's a conditional use in village and a permitted use in Big Springs.
So that would mean that
I understand what you're saying, but I think we are having, yes, and I think it is becoming more and more prevalent for businesses to try to operate in the unincorporated area that should not be operating in the unincorporated area because of the extensive amount of just the use of it. And we've talked about this even on some CUPs that we have, or some business uses that are out. You know, when does it move over to being a business use instead of an agribusiness use? And so I think we've got work to do here. And I want to be careful of boxing us in, to the applicant. I'm not sure this is the best place to put this kind of yard. We have other places. So I wanted to see where the lines were. There are other places that you could look at. They may not be as cost effective, but there are other places that may not require as much change to the landscape as what's happened here. And so I think that's a concern I have, and we need to give staff more direction on that.
I would also like to add, just for everyone who's here, and I know the commission is aware of this, it's my direction to zoning and code staff that we work to get people into compliance. Very frequently, homeowners, all kinds of folks who live and operate in the unincorporated area start work without a permit. That is a very frequent thing that happens in our world. We work to get people into compliance. We work to try to get them to do it the correct way. But I want to be very clear that that is our direction, is to do that. And that is true on the building code side as well as zoning side. And that really is I just want to be clear that that is something that's consistently done as staff to try to bring folks into compliance, not to the minute we find out you've done something without a permit to make them tear it out or rip it out or to deny application.
I greatly appreciate that, and I greatly appreciate that that is the direction of our zoning and codes office. It has not always operated that way, going back, a couple of decades. And the progress we've made towards making it an organization that works towards compliance as opposed to working towards punishment, I think is a value to every single rural resident. So I definitely appreciate the work that's gotten us to be at that point. I would also say, I'm tracking with what my other fellow commissioners are talking about. I think a lot of that work is on us. And as as far as paths forward for an application like this, the one that is currently available is the TBU. So that's what brings us here. I just kind of want to separate out, like, there wasn't a separate path for this that the applicant could have gone to, or that staff could have directed them to. So though we have work to do on what those options are, at this point, this is the path forward that was available. So I don't necessarily think that we get to penalize an applicant and send them back to a drawing board for a process that does not yet exist. I think we have to deal with what we have. I'll play devil's advocate a little bit that we need transmission lines. We need to modernize our transmission lines. We have, as a country, a tremendous amount of work that has to go into stabilizing and collaborating with our energy systems and transmission lines. This project will happen, and it will require a laydown yard somewhere, probably in Douglas County, to make that happen. So I just want to keep in mind that Douglas County does sometimes like to say no to things we also need. This is something that we need. We will be asked to find a place for a laydown yard for this transmission line work. If we say no to this location, then another piece of property gets graded and bulldozed and covered in gravel, and the land has had then twice the impact for the same amount of request on it. And that doesn't sit well with me. I do think that we have some issues and some inequities about the second driveway that I think if there'd been a little bit more kind of upfront, we would have come to a very different conclusion. And I think it's still within our power to designate that now as part of this. So I'm not ruling out that we agree to this with the conditions that we need to see happen. We could say there are other locations that are available. That's true with every single planning item that comes forward, and we do not get to choose those on this or any other. We just have to deal with the application that comes to us. So I pitch that back for other commissioners.
Question for Carl. So this is zoned residential.
This is zoned ag 2.
I'm sorry. Yep, thank you. That's what I meant, agricultural and residential. So do we know that the residence is actively being used? We know that the land is owned by an LLC now, but the business has the residence has occupants.
It's my understanding that an employee of that business lives in the house.
Okay. Which has that driveway that goes right up to the house and the other
Correct.
buildings, right? Okay, I'm just thinking about that, Commissioner Willie, in terms of appreciate the conversation about the two separate entrances and how that is not likely what would have been pre-approved necessarily. But now here we are, and this property has two entrances, two different uses. So I just wanted to clarify that piece of it.
I appreciate Commissioner Willie saying, like, they're going to need a spot. I don't think it's on us to look at all the land in Douglas County and say, this is the right spot. They can bring an application to us and we have a choice, like either that's right or it's not. And then if it's not, they need to go find another spot to do this work. I think we can give some direction, but I think it's a false choice to say, they picked this spot. The TBU is the only way they can do it. So therefore we have to granted. I think we will box ourselves in there in a way that I'm not willing to. I think it's on the applicant to work with staff to try to, you know, and my experience on the planning commission was sometimes staff would say, yeah, I know you think that might be a good spot, but based on this commission, I don't think that's a good spot. You know, if they had a spot where, you know, they already had drive access to it and didn't have to put a culvert in, if it was off, you know, a certain amount of highway. I mean, I think what I'm looking for in a temporary business use permit, it is a very temporary use. And as I said earlier, what I've seen in the photos, what I've seen described does not look temporary to me. Others may say it is, but that's why we have these discussions. And that's why there's three of us here and not just one, to determine whether it meets that grade of, is it temporary or is it something that seems quite permanent and something that, and even if they plan to only use it for a year, that's not what they applied for. And so I think we have to take the application as it came and make our own determination whether this is actually a temporary business use.
If we were moving forward and recognize that's still up in the air, I would want a single driveway that accessed both the house and this property. So that's something they'd have to figure out. And a shorter time limit, something closer to like 18 months that actually was closer to what was expected to be needed, because it is different from other temporary business use kinds of uses that we would see in terms of its impacts. And the dust palliative to Highway 40. And when I say that 18 months, it would probably mean if they're not accepting material up until next summer, that it would be not used, no activity related to this site, related to this use until whenever that time period would begin. So limiting that may not be something that we could handle in this meeting in terms of that many different conditions than what was brought to us. But that is something that we could defer and have them work with staff and see if they can come to something that is based on this conversation that might be acceptable.
Is there more discussion or does somebody want to make a motion?
Commissioners,
Yes.
I want to, before you make a motion, I want to be clear, if this is a motion for denial, I'm going to ask for more guidance from the commission in order to go work with legal counsel, prepare findings. If it is a motion to direct staff to go back and work for, to try to come up with some sort of something different, then I think we can take that motion tonight. But if, I would ask you to direct staff to prepare findings if you're moving towards denial as opposed to denial tonight. And I'd like to work with legal counsel.
I have to acknowledge that I'm inclined towards denial. I'm open to deferment with some additional conditions because I understand and appreciate Commissioner Willie's point about the application before us with the regulations that we currently have. And I think we've, identified a lot of larger issues that we need to address. And we can add a bunch of conditions to this, but that begins to feel to me like we are really approving this CUP, but with a different process. And so I'm a little bit on the fence, but I think I'm leaning towards denial. So I guess with that, I'll just make a motion and see where we go from there. As Commissioner Reed, I moved to deny ZTBU 2023-0009, a temporary business use permit request for Jessica Keck of Evergy Inc. to allow a laydown yard to be located on property at 1805 East 200 Road, right? It's cut off on my agenda, sorry. Yes, East 200 Road through December 31st, 2026. Yeah.
Do you have a second? Okay, there's no second on that. I'm going to make a motion to defer the temporary business use permit from Jessica Keck of Evergy Energy to allow a laydown yard to be located on the property of 1805 East 200 Road through December 31st, 2026. And ask staff to work with legal on findings of fact for denial. And specifically that the use that they're asking for is not temporary. If staff feels like they can work with the applicant to get this use to something based on our conversation this evening that sounds temporary, then bring it back to us with a recommendation to approve and those conditions. Does that make sense, commissioners?
It's a very long motion, but
It was
I'll
an
second that.
incredibly long motion, and I'm sorry, but I wanted to be real clear for staff what I was attempting to do. Okay, moved and seconded. Any further conversation? Any clarity needed from staff? You'll figure that out. Okay. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Before we move on to our next agenda item, I want to discuss something that happened with process here because and this is how we do things here. And I should have gone through it. It's my fault, not the people here, right? So typically what we do is we get a presentation from staff. Then the applicant has a chance to make a presentation. We ask that people in the, I hate to use the word audience, those who are here with us tonight, right? We're not performing for you. Those who are here with us, not make comments during people's presentations, even if it upsets you, even if it makes you angry, even if you don't think it's true, hold those comments. Then we have public comment, then the applicant comes up. We ask questions to the applicant, and then when we're done and bring conversation up here, we're not going to have a debate with the applicant, right? So we have to like stop at some point because otherwise we could go back and forth and back and forth. So before we move on to the next item, I just wanted to walk that through. It's my fault. I should have walked through that whole process. I apologize. Now I've done it. You know what to do. Yes. I want to answer questions here. So you can provide public comment here in just a little bit if you want to on the next item. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
will there be a chance in our miscellaneous items to direct staff about a conversation about temporary business use and what temporary might mean?
I think so. That's
Thank
a
you.
great time to talk about that.
May we have a break now?
Yes, we can have a break now. We're going to take
Everybody
a 5 minute. Is that enough time, everybody? 5 minute break. We'll be back at, let's be back at 9:05. All right, we're back. Our next item is a temporary business use permit from Jason Loliker, I believe it is, of Southern Star Central Gas Pipeline to allow a laydown yard to be located at the property northwest of the intersection of 1300 Road and North 1900 Road. We're back to Carl.
Yes, so as you mentioned, this is another temporary business use request. This is for another temporary laydown yard. This one is related to a natural gas pipeline. A pipeline is planned to be drilled under the Kansas River near this location, and it'll stretch across parts of Douglas County. The laydown yard at this location is anticipated to be 15 acres in size. About 2.5 of those acres will be covered in gravel. The proposed hours of operation for the laydown yard are 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., Mondays through Saturdays. The activity is set to begin at the end of July and run through November 2023. This property is zoned Ag 1 and is owned by Clifford Harding. The property is adjacent to Lawrence city limits to the west, and there's city-owned property to the west and to the south. So as mentioned earlier, laydown yards are places where construction materials and vehicles are stored during a project. This site specifically is going to be used as a site to lay down pipe related to this planned pipeline. And also, as mentioned earlier, per the zoning code, construction building or construction material yards require a temporary business use permit. Currently, the property is used for agriculture and there are no structures in place. So to give you an idea of where this property is located, it's in Grant Township, the Kansas River right here. The energy plant is immediately across the river right here. And there's the Lawrence Municipal Airport. This is a site plan. E1300 road is right here. There will be entrance on the northeast side of the property with about 2.5 acres of gravel here, and then some pipe stacking areas more toward the back of the property. The soils present on this property are not classified as prime farmland. Much of Grant Township is classified as prime farmland, but this particular property is not identified as prime farmland. The entire property is within floodplain zone X, which is the floodplain, but it's levee protected. So it's not subject to a lot of the floodplain regulations that you'd find in other places. The levee along the Kansas River is immediately adjacent to the property to the west. No permanent structures are being proposed, and the site will be restored to its original condition upon decommissioning. There will be construction vehicles and equipment coming and going, and as they make reverse movements, there will be that beeping sound. The applicant has stated that they intend to provide regular maintenance as well to the nearby streets, and they're working with Grant Township on that. They also intend to restore the gravel roads to their original condition upon decommissioning, and throughout the project, they'll be spraying water on the roads to mitigate dust. As far as a public gain, approval of the request will facilitate the applicant's organization to construct a natural gas pipeline. The activity is relatively short in duration and it is temporary in nature. There's no substantial gain or loss to the public resulting from the approval of the request. As far as public services, this is located on roads that are maintained by Grant Township. The increased traffic generated by this use might damage those roads or generate excessive dust. And to mitigate that, as I mentioned, the applicant has stated that they intend to maintain the roads and spray with water to mitigate that dust. The subject property, as I mentioned, is currently void of any structures and is used for agriculture. Surrounding properties are developed with single-family residences, farms, and an event center. Immediately to the west, there's a Lawrence City Park with a trail. And immediately across the river, you have the Lawrence Energy Center. So with TBUs, we send out letters to everybody who owns property within half a mile. We sent out 17 letters and those were mailed out on May 10th. We also routed this to several city, county, and state agencies. The health department didn't raise any concerns. We sent this to several agencies within the city of Lawrence. Planning and Development Services raised several concerns related to making sure they get easements across that city property and through the park, making sure the site is reclaimed afterwards. The site is slated as agriculture in the Northeast sector plan and want to make sure that it remains that way. They also wanted to ensure that the nearby trail isn't damaged and that when we discussed that with the applicant, they indicated that it'll be located entirely on the subject property and they won't be interfering with the trail in any way. Zoning code staff also had a meeting with members of the board of Grant Township because they had raised several concerns. We did facilitate those meetings, and after that meeting, there weren't many additional concerns raised. They had a lot of their questions answered, and some members of the Grant Township board are present here as well. We have had several rural landowners from the area reach out to us asking about tonight's meeting, so I did provide that information. Here's some pictures that I took of the site last week. This is looking directly to the west. Looking to the southeast, you can see the Lawrence Energy Center. This is looking south, looking north, looking east across the street from the subject property, and then looking southeast. So this is the location where the proposed laydown yard entrance would be. So with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions. Approval of this request is for the laydown yard only. No external lighting is being approved as part of this request. The site has to be restored to its original condition upon decommissioning. That the applicant provides routine road maintenance on gravel surface roads. The applicant shall restore any gravel roads used by the project vehicles to their original condition. That they regularly provide dust palliative services on these roads. That they acquire liability insurance as required by the zoning code. That proof of that insurance policy is submitted to zoning and codes. That the nuisance code be followed and all other applicable regulations be followed. After publication, we did have a member of the Grant Township Board reach out to us and ask that we add an additional condition, making those hours of operation a condition and making sure all of that activity takes place between 7 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. Monday through Saturdays. With that, I'm available for any questions, and the applicant is here and he is available for any questions as well.
The applicant like to make a presentation. Do we have any questions for Carl yet?
My name is Jason Lolliker, with Southern Star Central Gas Pipeline, Douglas County resident. I concur with Carl's assessment and comments, and open and available to questions.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions? We might have some later. I know we have a couple members of the public here who'd probably like to make a, excuse me, I have a sneeze coming.
I'm gonna jump in with a couple of questions and anticipate there'll probably be some more. So you mentioned specifically, Carl, that it would be a laydown yard for the pipe itself. Do you know what, if any kind of activity is going to be going on in addition to moving the pipeline or other materials on and off? Like, there was specifically questions received in public comment about welding activity or other kind of machinery being used?
It's my understanding that there won't be any welding or torching on site. There will be some related to the pipeline itself and during boring. The applicant might be able to address that further.
Okay, and then talked about the hours of operation, I guess for the applicant, I am curious if you can talk to me about what other permitting processes you're in. So I'm just going to sort of recap a little bit because it's a different but still similar in terms of gas pipelines are regulated through the KCC primarily, right? In terms of, and maybe you can expand on this or correct me, but there are permissions that you have to seek through the state level and also some of these local permissions, like for us, lay down yard, I think easement right of ways from the city and maybe other permits. And then also curious what regulations maybe through KCC or otherwise say about working with the local drainage district. Can you talk to us about different permitting processes that
Sure. might
be in play?
Sure. All of the above. First, we will, from an environmental standpoint, get approvals from Kansas Department of Health and Environment. We will get approvals from the Army Corps engineer to bore underneath any sort of levees or the Kansas River itself. We're a federally regulated pipeline. We have 6,000 miles of pipe across 6 states. So we're have to adhere, obviously, to the federal government's guidelines for us. We have gone to FERC and told them about this project. They have approved it, and we have the docket number for it.
Can I just jump in? You said
Yes,
FERC. Did I hear you right? Will you just say what that is?
that's the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and they're
Thank you.
based out of Washington, DC.
So you're regulated through them, not the KCC like we were
I
discussing
don't
earlier?
think that we're regulated through the KCC because I think since we're regulated from FERC.
But you've already got those permitting permissions through the federal regulatory
Yes.
board.
Yes.
what other local or sort of area specific?
Right now, we're in process of getting utility crossings for the roads, temporary access for us to be able to get into each one of the fields that we need to get into. Of course, the temporary use permit, right now, those permits are the ones that we're currently trying to work with the township on and acquire before we go to construction.
You said utility crossings for the road and say the other thing that you mentioned. Sorry.
Temporary access to be able
To
to
the
get
other
into.
pieces of land. So
Right,
will you expand on that a little bit more? So you're asking for a lay down yard on this specific parcel. Talk to us about what the other, like, is it adjacent land that you would be accessing? Or are you talking about the length of the whole pipeline?
No, I'm
that
talking
you're-
about the length of the whole pipeline.
Okay, not
Okay.
really specific to this site or other properties on this road.
Correct. For this specific laydown yard, we just have the only one, the one access.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
So I don't know, we got a letter today that has a lot of questions about the kind of work that will be going on the site. And I know some of those people are here tonight to ask some of those questions, so maybe we'll just take them one by one. Can you describe a little bit of the type of work that will be happening on the site? We've already talked about welding, but there's questions about, the comings and goings of so many people. Are they all coming and going to this site to do the work?
If we use the number 70, okay, let's say that we have 70 workers that are going to be working on this 6.6 mile line, okay? It is customary for those 70 employees to show up at 7 in the morning at the laydown yard to have a safety briefing, to have a job hazard analysis, to make sure everybody knows where their assignments are, and then to vacate and go out to their assignments. There will probably only be about 10 people there during the day. And they will basically be inspectors. There'll be obviously some trucks coming in and out, drivers. There will be equipment to unload the pipe and put it into, the actual dirt berms that we set them on. When a piece of pipe has to be moved from the laydown yard out to the actual location of where it's going to be put in the ground. That's the majority of the work that we're going to be doing there. There will be a little bit of welding and fabrication, but only for the bore when we're doing the bore. And the only reason for that is because that's where the bore is going. It's not going actually on the laydown yard, but it's going a little further south. But after that's done, all the welding and the fabrication is done out in the field.
Can you give us a sense of, I'm sorry, my words are leaving me at this point in the evening. How far so you're talking about everybody coming to this one spot for safety briefing first thing in the morning before they disperse to their various assigned sites? What's the sort of mile radius of how far are folks going to? And is it a bunch of sites that are sort of dotted throughout Grant Township and in the immediate area within a couple miles, or is it a much further spectrum than that?
Yeah, it's a 6.5 mile line. It's completely in Grant Township.
Okay.
It starts at 2440 and Highway 32. At the crossroads there, we have a facility there. It will run from there west, basically, not exactly, but for the most part, along north and south of 1900 Road, until we get to the Kansas River, in which we will bore there.
So those approximately 70 employees that might come, and maybe 10 of them are staying around the site or on the site, and the other 60 are dispersing, it's within that
Correct.
radius range of, so that tells me there's going to be a lot of, that's quite a bit of truck traffic, really. It's for, when we're talking about defining temporary, this is for a less than 6-month time frame, which I would consider temporary in nature. But relatively high impact in terms of the amount of additional trucks that are going to be in the area and workers using those road miles, not just the road that the laydown yard is on, or the road that would take you to the nearest paved road, assuming that that's where most of your trucks are going to want to come from and return to the shortest distance to a paved road. All your employees or the employees of the project are going to be dispersed amongst those township roads, using them throughout the day. So, which is pretty increased traffic for that township in particular. So can you just summarize what, from your perspective, the conversations with the township has been about with, you know, we have some conditions talking about dust palliative and stuff, but just general maintenance and the additional wear and tear that that amount of people working is going to put on the roads.
Sure. We will have on site with us, a maintainer, someone to make sure and grade the roads, gravel the roads. If we need additional gravel, we told the township that we'll get additional gravel. It is our intent to, as far as dust abatement, we'll be using dust abatement 1 to 2 times a day, depending on how dry it is out there. Okay. So I mean, we feel like that we've got a good remediation process. We've done this before. We know, you know, the type of dust that we're going to encounter, the type of maintenance issues that we're going to encounter. And so we've incorporated that into our project. As I told the township when we met with them, it's our intent to leave the roads the way we found them, you know, and if there's any complaints, live here in Douglas County, we'll fix it, you know, so that's kind of what we're looking at as far as the maintenance perspective.
So will there be a formal road use agreement with Grant Township, or do we just have what we'll put in the conditions for the temporary business use?
It will just, as far as my understanding, it will be just for the temporary business use. Now, I'm working with John Naramore to get the utility underneath the road, the pipelines under the roads and the temporary access roads. I'm working with the county as well to get those through. But for this particular purpose, it's just for the laydown yard.
So Grant Township hasn't suggested the need for any more further formal road use agreement with them. They're comfortable with it working through, you working directly with them, and then what conditions we put in our.
That is my understanding.
Okay, thanks.
There's some discussion in the application about a road having to be closed every once in a while. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what plans are being made if that road is closed for the neighbors that use that road?
Yes. When we actually go to bore underneath the Kansas River, we will string up the pipe. Okay, it will be welded, okay, so that we can pull it through, okay, underneath the Kansas River. That's a big bore, so it's going to take a lot of pipe, and so it will go across 1300 road. We anticipate a 3 to 4 day road closure to get that thing pulled through and out of the road. We have a traffic control plan that we've designed for the residents. I will admit that I have that in my inbox, but I've not sent that to John Naramore yet, but he will be receiving it. But he's been made aware that we're going to have to shut that road down for approximately 3 to 4 days.
Along with that road use plan or the plan about access during that time frame, have there been any discussions with Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical, just so that they're aware of that, so that they can reroute as needed during that time frame?
I have no conversations with them yet.
Okay. But you wouldn't mind if that were
I
something that
have
we
no problem.
recommended?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's fine. It's probably a good idea anyway.
So in my reading of the application, it looked like most of what you're doing there is impervious surface, but this area is very prone. Water is a big concern, especially rain, and this will happen in the fall. So I'm going to expect that we're going to get some rain there. Do you expect that what you're doing there will have any impacts on just water retention and stormwater in that area?
I believe the correct answer for that is I personally do not know. I believe that our experts, have looked at that as far as from an environmental standpoint. I mean, these are all things that we have to look at anyway. If there's findings about that, we would make the appropriate recommendations to be able to get rid of the water or do what we need to do to take care of the, any sort of issues.
I could comment. I'm the landowner. I'm Clifford Harding. I'm the landowner. That is sand. When it rains very much. The worst time I ever had with this farm, my folks bought the farm in the 1960s. I've been farming it. The worst thing I ever had is when they put that new levee in, they put a tube in. We had a city employee that thought it was more important that he'd be doing something else instead of shutting the gate. All you got to do is stand there and look. You don't need a transit. You don't need from 1300 road to the levee. It's fallen. He never shut in 93. He never shut the gate. So the water was running from the west to the east and coming back into North Lawrence here. But that sand, it just dissipates.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take public comment. You'll have a chance to respond.
Oh, I do have a question for Carl real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see anything about, and maybe I just missed it. Sanitation plans specifically because we've been told that there'll be about 10 employees that would stay throughout those work days.
It's my understanding that there will be porta potties on site. The applicant would be able to address that further.
Thanks.
Okay, let's do some public comment.
Evening again. I'm Chelsea Hayden, and I'm actually the clerk of Grant Township. And so I'm here kind of on behalf of Grant Township, just to talk about this project and answer any questions. First, I want to thank Carl for reaching out to us and including us in the process. That was very helpful. And to Mr. Latiker and Southern Star for meeting with us. So I think a lot of the township's concerns were addressed. And one of the things we talked to Carl about was notice to landowners. I think most of them have gotten proper notice. I did note that we tried to talk to the surrounding neighbors and did not get a hold of everyone. So when we talked with Carl, we raised the issues we could think of. But I think there are some residents that have additional issues. So I speak kind of on behalf of the group of what we did, but there are plenty of residents I think that might weigh in. So I just wanted to reiterate the operating hours. I think it's really important to have those. The pictures in the packet don't actually show all of the property. I think a resident may have submitted additional pictures, but there is a residence, like there's a my house is really close to the property. And therefore, I think it's important that we have the operating hours in whatever the conditions are, whatever you decide the operating hours ought to be. And then the drainage issue, I was raised during the meeting and I never really got an answer whether or not there is a plan for drainage. So I would just ask that the county or however that goes about, Grant Township is thinking that someone else is paying attention to the drainage issues on this particular property. And then I think there was some concern raised about the lay down yard versus a contractor yard. And I do apologize, Carl. I didn't know there was a distinction until a previous conversation earlier tonight. And so when I look at the definition of contractor yard and the regulation, it seems actually to be more of what's happening here than a lay down yard is. A lay down yard seems to be like storage of material. Contractor yard maybe more where there's operation going on and where there's an office. And what we heard was there will be like an office set up, I think, the applicant might know more, but, and that there will be the porta potties and there will be the meetings, it will be the meeting space. So I just would raise the issue of, we as a township did not know the distinction and did not know that contractor yards were not allowed in the zoned ag one, which is what this is. And we would probably have a different approach or thought about it if this is definitionally a contractor yard versus a lay down yard. And then I don't know that this is really something to be addressed with this particular TBU, but on the map there's additional workspaces that are like surrounding the lay yard. And when it was raised in our meeting, we were basically told that there are no regulations on that. There's no permits required. And so I would just ask that you investigate that. Thank you. Sorry, I did not see the sign.
Hi, I'm Paulette Schwartz. I'm the treasurer of Grant Township, but I also live on one of the primary routes that the trucks would be taking. And I do appreciate the answering of all the questions that we've had, the challenges you get questions answered and then you think some more and you have more questions. And I'm not sure that we've really addressed all the questions for our neighborhood in terms of how this is going to impact us. I was confused also by the contractor yard versus lay down yard. And I wish we could get some clarity on that before we move forward. And additionally, I do have concern about the traffic on the roads. It was my mother's birthday when the train wreck happened. So it was great entertainment. However, when the trucks came to take away stuff, I don't know what the actual work hours were, but at 6 a.m, they were queued up with big dump trucks on our road. And so I'm curious when we say that, if there's going to be 60 people, are they going to be bringing semis in from I-70 and, they're going to be having big pipe on them and stuff. Are they going to be queued up on North 1900 Road through the intersections and waiting, or are they going to be camped out there because their truck got in at 4 a.m? And, so we have concerns about the roads and the road quality, but also what is the traffic really going to look like? Because if it opens at 7, what does that really mean? And I'm grateful that it was put in the contract, because I think that's really important. My only other concern specifically is in terms of accountability, if this is not followed, the discussions of the last permitting process were disturbing to me in terms of how far things went without anything happening to stop that, and I don't know how that works. It's my very first meeting. So I'm curious about that as well, but I did want to, express our gratitude for having the opportunity to speak. And that I hope that we can have a little more time maybe to understand what the differences are between a contractor yard and a lay down yard, because I think we have a contractor yard. So, but that's really all I had to say. And thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Hi. Josh Peters, 1431 North 1900 Road. So my wife and I own the event center that's along 1900. We are a wedding venue majority of the time, but we do events all the time. So our concern is the amount of traffic. Construction on Fridays and Saturdays when typically weddings and events are going on. Work hours when they're right across the road. How I'm going to be able to respond to the brides that hear beeping in construction during their wedding ceremonies. So I kind of want to know a time frame of when they're going to be right across from our venue, so I can kind of plan accordingly. Also, we just paid for palliative care on that road, and I don't think water is a great substitute when we've already paid for something. So I want that put back. Saturdays are real tricky, so that's going to have to be a big discussion piece. So, yeah, thank you.
Scott, you're gonna have to turn on the microphone first.
Sorry.
There you go. And
All
make
right.
sure
Good
you're
evening,
really close to it.
commissioners.
Yeah.
My name is Scott Thelman. I'm a local ag producer and a neighboring resident to this property and proposed to be used site. I don't particularly have any issues with the gas line project itself, nor do I have particular issues with a laydown yard being placed near the project. But I do have issues with what we're looking at tonight, which is a plan that was put forward for you guys to vote on that's not complete. Some of my main issues for me, and they've been mentioned prior to, and you guys, it sounds like reviewed my public comment that I presented, so thank you for that. But the lack of a traffic impact study that's required with a TVU application. And so we are not aware, at least I'm not personally aware as a neighbor, based on what was forwarded to me by Carl, and thank you for your prompt responses this past week. But of the primary routes or secondary routes for trucks, especially with the ingress and egress points potentially being blocked by trains, the inside of that river valley has 5 access points. And generally speaking, this morning's a great example. There were 2 of those 5 blocked. And I'm assuming just how traffic flows, those would be the primary and secondary ingress points for any construction project occurring because they're the closest to TP Junction or I-70. So I'd like to know what the plan is in the event of train stoppages, because we're talking about 60 to 70 employees. I think in the actual application it's 68. Now we're talking 70. And I think we need a plan for what that actually looks like traffic wise. If they're starting there at 7, that means the contractors and employees may be showing up at 6:30. So are they pulling onto the site, idling their trucks, starting equipment prior to that 7:30 hour operation start, or 7 o'clock? I'm sorry. But what's that look like? The night watchman, what's that going to look like? If the individual is idling in a vehicle, are the lights going to be on? Because there's a specific condition of no external lighting being presented before you tonight. It was just mentioned by the applicant that there will be welding and torching potentially on the site. That's not presented here in the plan. And so I think we're lacking that plan that allows you all to make a solid, strong decision, do your due diligence to ensure that the residents of Grant Township are well represented here tonight and suffer the least amount of burden in this process. I understand as a neighboring landowner, I am going to end up being burdened by this project. And that's something I'm willing to accept to progress the infrastructure in Douglas County, but I want to make sure that it's done right. So thank you for that.
Any other public comment? Okay, applicant has a chance to respond.
The only thing that, I can really say is that, we were fortunate enough to meet with Carl, to meet with the Grant Township, and, it was our intent at that meeting to obviously try to take care of any situations or any issues that they had come, up. It was pretty obvious to us that there was a lot of due diligence done by the township. And frankly, it was a very friendly meeting. And we left there that, all parties kind of understood what the plan was. So, I can't answer specifics tonight about if a contractor is going to show up at 6:45 in the morning and be in a truck. I can say from my experience, if I go to work at 8 o'clock, I'm usually there at 7:45. So there may be a little bit of that. Where we're storing pipe, I'm not familiar with another word except lay down yard. And that's what we're doing here. We're not going to just leave our lay down yard without personnel there to keep an eye on it and also to move it. It's pretty important for what we're trying to do here. It does us no good to just leave it in the lay down yard. So yes, there will be traffic. We've stated that we will maintain the roads. We will put them back as we have originally found them. I hope, and it is our intent, to be good neighbors here. I mean, we don't want to impact Grant Township, but this is a necessary line. It's got to go through. This line is going to replace the line in West Lawrence that we currently serve Evergy with now, that was put in the 40s and 50s. And now the entire town has grown up around it. So we need to get rid of that line. We need to put this new line in, and it's going to require a laydown yard somewhere in Grant Township. And we'll do everything we can to make sure that this is done as quickly and as effectively as we can, and make it as less of a headache as we possibly can for the entire township. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, questions? So Carl, is a traffic impact study required for a TBU?
Generally, how we interpret that is a count of how many vehicles are coming and going. A formal engineered traffic study is generally not required with a temporary business use permit unless it would be requested by, say, a township or public works. And in this case, it wasn't.
You said a traffic count is typical. Did I hear that right, Carl?
Just the number
Instead
of
the-
vehicles.
Okay,
coming
the
and
number of
going.
vehicles.
Yeah.
Has anything like that been done, or would you only do that if requested by the township in this
So
example?
we ask for how many vehicles are coming and going.
That's what you mean. You
The
got it.
formal engineered traffic impact study, that's generally not something we ask for.
Based on the number provided to you by the applicant, is there any sort of threshold within our codes or regulations that trigger either like, additional considerations or conditions? Or I'm just curious because I have the amount of cars coming and going from this site is pretty significant in my opinion. So I'm just trying to figure out where that benchmark is.
I'm not aware of a threshold in the zoning code.
Sir. We don't take comments now. Thank you. If we have questions, we'll let you know.
Also, did you have any conversation about what a specified route would be for truck traffic?
We did
Given
talk
the-
about that. So I'll pull up my map here. Let's see. So this is the subject property. They could come in off North 1900. This is a paved road right here. The issue with this intersection is there's no stoplight. There is a stoplight at TB Junction right here. They could come in this way, but the township expressed some concerns because of the quality of that road, that it would really further deteriorate and that road gets quite wet. So they asked that we didn't specifically designate a haul route with this one for that reason.
Question for the applicant, if you have a second. I could trouble you. So, you mentioned during your response, I guess, that you've been very willing to work with the township, and it does sound like you have done that. Would you be willing to work if we made a condition to come up with a haul route that's clear and work with the township and work with the county? Does that sound fine to you?
I have no problems with
Okay.
that. We did discuss using probably 1900 Road as our main haul route. I would be interested to know, especially going north, if there's a secondary route that would be good to use because of the train traffic, which I can't control that, so, and that secondary route might be covered by the trains anyway. but at least it would be an option for us. So, you know, I have no problems working with them and trying to adhere to that because that's kind of what we've already talked about.
Great. Thank you.
I think especially with the dust palliative requirement that a route has to be designated for that anyway. So I think that's all work that could happen.
Carl, do you want to take a second and address the difference between a contractor yard and a laydown yard?
Yes, so the zoning code defines a contractor shop or yard as an establishment used for the repair, maintenance, or storage of a contractor's equipment or materials, and may include the contractor's business office. Those are only permitted uses really in the business and industrial districts. This is a clear, and they're also more permanent. This is clearly a temporary use, so it fits the definition of a temporary business use. Construction yards are listed as a use that requires a temporary business permit.
Carl, can you speak a little bit to, well, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Maybe I'll just try to think out loud a little bit with you and everybody can bear with me. Part of what I'm struggling with is the dispersed impact, right, of this site. So we're talking about a laydown yard where staff are going to gather and where materials are going to gather. And staff will also be doing some work on that spot, but most of the staff is going to disperse in the area, 6 mile radius, maybe, you know, give or take, on those roads at a variety of sites that we aren't in a position to regulate. And I appreciate that. And I'm acknowledging it and just trying to think out loud. I know that there's little that we can do in that space other than really encourage that all of the roads utilized are taken into consideration with the remediation plans, not just the haul route for trucks to and from the laydown yard, but the extent of the roads utilized in such a heavier way. So I'm just feeling a little bit stuck on that. And then the other piece that brings up for me when talking about the torching and welding and how some might occur, well, not exactly on the laydown yard, but immediately adjacent, but otherwise it's occurring in those other dispersed sites. And again, realize it's not a use we can regulate, but it brings up fire safety concerns for me. And so just trying to think about what does that look like? I don't know if in recent enough history, we have had this kind of pipeline development work, that kind of machine work, you know, being done on agricultural land, and what the sort of requirements, if any, there are around fire safety mitigation efforts and plans. And just that's bumping around in my head. And if I'm being honest, well, first I want to say, aside from that issue, I really appreciate that the applicant has clearly been in good communication, both with our staff and with the township. And that's really meaningful to me. So I appreciate that you have done that upfront work and are willing to keep, you know, being in conversation and be a good neighbor for this temporary use of land. But I have a tendency to agree with Mr. Thelman's comments that this feels a little bit incomplete to me, that there's some issues that are, but perhaps those are things that we can discuss as a commission tonight and figure out how to get it to a place of feeling more complete and holistic and like it addresses all the issues we've heard. But that's just kind of where I sit with it right now.
I would just make a comment that outdoor welding and welding in the field is a pretty common occurrence in agricultural areas. And it doesn't cause me any concerns, especially with a, you know, company that does this all the time and is responsible for that.
Okay. I've sort of boiled it down in my head to 3 sort of maybe conditions that we can put on it. Because while I appreciate that there may be still questions to be answered, I think we can still figure those out, and I don't think everybody wants to come back here again. I do think, unlike the last one, this seems like a really good place for the laydown yard. It's not on those high value soils that we have. It's very close to where the work needs to be done. So I feel like there's maybe just a couple of conditions that we might be able to throw on that would address. One would be, and the applicant has said that they'd be willing to meet with Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical to just talk about, what that means, especially when the roads, I am concerned about the roads closed being for a number of days and what that does with fire and medical. We've already, Carl, go ahead.
My concern with that is that that's related to the pipeline construction, not related to the laydown yard. And the pipeline construction is not as much within our purview as the laydown yard is.
I would add that road closures are something that all of our fire departments and response deal with regularly and think through. So I think the applicant's probably willing to have those conversations anyway.
Right.
I'm not sure we need to condition it.
Okay. We talked about a transportation route and just figuring that plan. And then, we have very smart people in our Douglas County Public Works Department who could help with stormwater, and just looking at what that means. They know that area very well. And just some time meeting with them to see if there's any concerns that are raised there. Those were three, maybe now two, that I thought maybe we could add on. And, does it address everything? Probably not. And I want to recognize those neighbors who this is going to be a burden. It's going to be an inconvenience for them. But I see this as being temporary. It's just through November, and it's something we have to do. And it is an inconvenience. And I appreciate that. And we want to try to do all we can. I think I've really seen from the applicant tonight a real desire to work with the neighbors and try to figure stuff out. Somebody asked, like, how do we regulate it and make sure it's right? We really do that on a complaint basis. So it's really a call to probably Carl and if something's going on, and then he can talk to the applicant and see if we can figure what that out. But it also isn't a bad thing just to exchange phone numbers and sometimes see if we can work it out as neighbors too. So I'll offer that. So those are the two I was thinking, commissioners, as we feel like we're getting maybe close to a motion here. If there's others that you want to add, let's talk about it.
I'm not sure I would have said this without the previous item, but thank you for not doing the work before you ask for the permit. I appreciate that. It should be a foregone conclusion, but no, I really appreciate it. And also the outreach work with Grant Township and having that process before it came here instead of us asking for that to happen. I really appreciate that initiation. I think there'll be some additional conversations that go on with Grant Township. I'm hoping that they can help be a part of that decision about the haul route that's chosen. And then the dust that happens in terms of returning roads to their current condition in Grant Township. I'm sorry about that. They're not great to begin with, but I recognize you probably really legally can't ask for more than that.
But maybe you'll get lucky and they'll be improved. We can hope. Oh, dang it, they left me. Well, that's what happens at 10 p.m.
Right, can I have the applicant up just one more time? I want to talk about the hours of operation. So I know that that condition was added a little bit later, and I don't know if, I assume that you were involved with that process and that you've signed off on those hours of operation, but it's usually something I like to ask an applicant, that those hours work, are they burdensome?
No, those hours we've signed off on.
Okay,
So we're
you.
good with 7 to 5, Monday through Saturday.
okay,
And I understand your concern on, Saturdays, with the venue. It was brought up at our meeting at Grant Township to maybe make it a Monday through Friday, standard 7 to 5. We don't necessarily have a problem with that, but then it's going to delay the project. And then we're going to be back here asking you for an extension to get this thing completed. So the reason we go to the Saturday workday is so we can get it done. That's really the reason why.
And that was the next direction that I was going, was to talk about the venue in particular. So there was talk about there will be trucks going back and forth along there, but in terms of the backup sounds and everything like that would occur on the construction site. That's what, 1.5 miles? Is that right? Or is it half a mile? I have to look and see. So can we just clarify that it would be traffic only, but other than, I mean, associated with the lay down yard, there are no other noises that would be necessarily going past that venue. Would that be right?
I can't guarantee that.
Okay.
Only because there's going to be a time where we're going to be constructing the pipeline
Yeah.
just north of the actual venue.
Sure.
I can't tell you today if that's going to be on a Saturday or not, but there would be additional noise if we were out there.
And I was kind of making a difference between what happens on the lay down yard that we have some jurisdiction over and what happens with the pipeline that we don't. So I can surely appreciate that. The lay down yard noises would stay at the lay down yard. It's a fair distance away. Would you be willing to just be in conversation with the venue folks if it?
Yeah, and really, I mean, I don't necessarily, and I don't, of course, I'd want to talk to our contractor. I don't necessarily have a problem if on the Saturdays we work, we use the alternative route, you know, that's an option for us, you know. Now, I mean, you know, I'm one guy in a big organization, but you know, I mean, I can definitely bring that to the table and see if we can work that out and try to at least minimize. I mean, I'm not saying there's not going to be a trucker that's going to forget, but you know, we can try to minimize traffic on that Saturday as much as we can.
If you can direct your comments back here. I think those are
sorry.
great conversations for you to continue to have. I agree with you leaving Saturdays in as an option there so that you don't have to come back to us if you need a Saturday. But I think the more conversations with the neighbors, the better. So I appreciate the work that you're doing and your willingness.
Thanks.
My question came back to me. You mentioned that the road closure would be a 3 to 4 day period. One time?
One
Is that what you're
time.
expecting? How far in advance are you gonna know that you're picking, you know, this start date to close the road and it'll be up to a 4 day period?
You know, I think we're going to be able to get that information out probably within 2 weeks of when we need to do it.
So I guess I don't know necessarily that it has to be a condition, but I would just like to request that you, in your ongoing communication with Grant Township and maybe immediate neighbors that would be most impacted by that road closure, to give some notification of those dates just
Sure.
for planning purposes for your neighbors.
Sure. And I will probably send a formal notification to them. I believe, and I can't confirm this, but I do believe that John Nairmore has had some conversations with some folks around there about the road closure. But we will for sure make sure that they're notified.
Thank you very much. I'm about ready to make a motion if it's okay with commissioners. I'm gonna move to approve a temporary business use permit from Jason Lawlicker of Southern Star Central Gas Pipeline to allow a laydown yard to be located on property northwest the intersection of East 1300 Road and North 1900 Road from June 21st, 2023 through November 30th, 2023. With the conditions listed and adding 2 additional conditions. 1, to consult with Douglas County Public Works to address any stormwater or drainage concerns. And the second, to consult with Grant Township to designate a haul or other transportation routes. And number 11, which is hours of operation, shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Approve 3-0. Thank you all for coming. This is the excitement that is the Douglas County Commission.
There's 3 at GP Junction, 1900 Road, and down the other way. And I have to walk them every 3 hours. The plants have all up. Turn around when you're going to the land field. And you can't get them to move.
All right, we will move on to appointments. Folks, if you could.
We've still got, some.
We still got
business.
a little bit of business. There's a great foyer with a beautiful view. Go on out there, check it out. Keep going.
So
Thank you, Sarah. Go ahead.
Commissioners, I wanted to follow up on a couple. I think a while back I had sent you Roger Boyd for the Heritage Conservation Council, and I don't think we've reappointed him.
I don't remember that at all.
I thought I'd said it was a while back, so he would be a reappointment. I didn't I
Roger
send
Boyd
it?
would be excellent for that position. I don't
He's-
remember it
He's
either.
currently on HCC, so this would be a reappointment.
Is he willing to serve again?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we had that, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll
I
make
thought
the
I
motion
may
to
have been
appoint
wait,
Roger Boyd
to the Heritage
to the
Conservation
Heritage
Council.
Conservation Council.
And then we did receive a recommendation from the district attorney for Susan Knudsen, and you only got it today. I apologize for that, for the Property Crimes Board.
So Sarah, we have a motion.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then Susan,
I'm eager as well. Susan Knudsen with the Property Crimes Compensation Board. And she was vetted and recommended by the district attorney and is willing to serve.
yeah, commissioners, typically we just approve those. So I'll make the motion to approve Susan Knudsen, to appoint Susan Knudsen to the Property Crimes and Compensation Board.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Don't know if we had.
Sarah,
any
did you
updates.
just send us one more for food policy?
Yes, and you've not had time to review it, so I just wanted to get it to you while I could remember, and maybe I will make a note to try to remember food policy in June.
Great.
Can I ask a quick question, just a general question about that, that we received? It notes that the person lives in Oskaloosa but farms in Lawrence, so lives in a different county, farms in this county. Are there any residential requirements that you're aware of for?
I think we've allowed that in in the issue of ag
Okay,
production.
because production is happening in our county.
In our
Okay,
county.
thank you.
Just thinking we should have hit up the folks who were just here for someone to serve on the Fair Board. They were all from Grant Township.
Yeah.
They're still here in the foyer.
We could.
Quick, we could have a
Yeah.
quick recess and see if we can appoint somebody.
And then I think we have a plan. I think one of the planning commission reappointments we're still waiting on, or did
We
we do
did it
both?
last week.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other appointments, commissioners? Okay, miscellaneous items. We typically start with Sarah on this.
Thank you, commissioners. I just want to remind you, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we will be out at the election canvas at the election office. And then I added to the memo, the week of June 6th, there's a couple of different public events related to open space. I put the dates for those in your packet. And if staff would love to have planning commissioner sort of kick things off and sort of welcome everyone to attend. So if you are able to attend one of those, just let me, and you're willing to do a kickoff, I'd like to let Kim know so she can plan for that. And she could kind of give you more information if needed. So you can check your calendars and let us know. That'd be great. And then my understanding is we may have, that's all I have for the memo. I understand we may have more than one commissioner at the Farm Bureau dinner, so we're going to go ahead and notice it. And that's all I have, commissioners.
Thank you, Sarah. Commissioners, any other miscellaneous items?
Yes. I think we might need to move, we need to discuss it first, move to initiate a text amendment to redefine temporary business use, specifically about what is temporary.
Thank you for remembering that, because it did leave my brain from an hour ago. But I don't know that I think we can have some discussion and give staff direction to come back to us with, I suppose, a recommended action that's specific to text amendment. I feel like we can't quite get in the space of making, I guess, a motion, but to give some direction. I'm definitely interested in us figuring out how to have a more purposeful and formalized conversation about TBUs in particular.
Yeah. I wonder if we want to set some time aside, and I know our calendar is full, but I would like to maybe extend it a little beyond just TBUs and talk about business use in the unincorporated area, right? So when we're talking about home-based businesses, what truly constitutes a some of that, and maybe Carl could go over sort of what the regulations are. We could go through a few of the ones that we've sort of gone up and just have a longer conversation about that before we actually decide what amendments we might want to make. I think we've hit a point, when I came on the commission, that was just when we zoned the county. And I think now we're starting to get, growing pains a little bit of what we need to do in some of these and get a little more specific than we're getting. And so while I think, yeah, temporary business use was one tonight, I've expressed before my concerns about landscape trucks parking in the unincorporated area and what that does to our roads and things like that. So just sort of business use in general in the unincorporated area. Does that feel okay?
Well, I am very eager to have those conversations. I don't know if we want to have that all in one fell swoop, or if we want to kind of give some direction about the temporary part of temporary business use. You want to do them all together or separately?
I tell you what, I guess let's talk as staff
Yeah.
and see what an easy way is to divide it. And see if there's a logical cutoff, and I don't think it'll be within the next 30 days, but we're coming up on budget and different items like that, but we can definitely look to get something in front of the commission, I'd say, this summer in terms of discussion. And we need to do some legal research on temporary and some of those pieces in TBU. We've already engaged legal counsel for some of that. And I want to follow up more on our ability to regulate utilities and their uses and work in the unincorporated area. So that might take actually longer. That's my fear, is some of that stuff might take longer. But I think as staff, we can develop a plan and bring some thoughts back to the commission soon.
I don't know that generally the regulation of utilities is part of my concerns.
It's part of mine.
Okay, well, I think we're going to find that we don't have the ability to regulate those. So I'm not sure it's worth a lot of time.
Yeah, but I think it would be good to articulate in our code what we do have the ability to, so that when the public comes and we can be really clear on those areas that we do not have authority over.
And we do have clarity that we can require a temporary business use for lay down yards. That we know we do have. So I want to at least make sure that commission understands what we can do and what we can't do.
That sounds good.
Appreciate that reminder. Thank you.
The only other thing I think is I want to commend Jill and her team on our housing and homelessness listening sessions. I think all of us were there Thursday. Was that Thursday? What day was that? At the library? Oh, you went to an early one. So just appreciate your work on that, Jill, and your whole team on that. All right, with that, we are adjourned.